It's Zombironi. Welcome to the chat, mate. How are you today? Welcome on in for a very unusual weekend stream. You can help me out a little bit while we're getting ready for the stream and give me a little feedback on the audio and if you can hear the music okay at a decent level, and mic. Excellent. Titanium glass build. Water keeps contaminating upper boxes. Right. Okay, we can check into that. You use Steam, yes. I mean, Discord. All right. Hop into the streaming channel in the voice channels category and share your screen, and we'll take a look at it. No worries, mate. I got the timer on pause before we actually start. Hang on, I can barely hear you. I'm going to just boost your volume. You may get an echo from me because you'll probably hear me on both the live stream and in Discord, so just mute one of them. All right, you see the little monitor icon with the arrow on it for sharing your screen? And then it'll ask you what you want to share, and you just select the game that's being displayed in your on your screen. There you go. You reckon it will? No, it's coming through fine so far. If you disappear, you can just turn off the my live stream, so the priority for your CPU and GPU goes to the game and your share inside of Discord. Yeah, it gets glitchy like that. It's imperfect. That's why I like hardwired. Zoom, zoom. Yeah. It's a big improvement when you run the old way and you get the new way going really good. It's like, wow. Yeah, that'll really pick up. I mean, when you start doing, we're gonna go over a little bit of my science today, my pod method, and yeah, that really picks up the steam, boy. All right, let's punch a hole through that planet. Neutron star, nice. Is it? Takes you right to the planet. Look at that. I've never used any mods because I've always been a vanilla gamer. Mostly for troubleshooting purposes, because people run into issues and it's a whole lot easier to troubleshoot as a vanilla because mods can interfere. And they can glitch out as well, so yep. Is there fire ice on this planet? Yeah, so you can load up some jennies. Oh, right. I gotta test a command out here. See if it works. Yeah, it does. It loads it up. Oh, yep, okay. Perfect. We can use that when we're raiding somebody. Oh, right, yep. That's when it's handy to have some fire ice being burned in the jennies as a backup. Oh, do it? Yep. There you go, right. Yep. Are they all on? Yep, okay. But that's putting hydrogen in. Let me check something. I think hydrogen's a lower production of energy than it is for putting fire ice directly into the jennies. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can find where that's. It's in my bookmarks somewhere. Ah, yeah, energy sources. Okay, let me take a look real quick at what the power output for hydrogen. Hydrogen is 180 megajoules. And if you put the fire ice in, you'd be better off with the fire ice. Just load fire ice directly in, it's 240 megajoules. Unless you're burning hydrogen to sink it off as a byproduct of something else. Yep. Excess? Yep. Supplement that. So put up a few jennies that are next to a fire ice ore deposit on the planet, and then just inject fire ice directly into the jennies like you're doing with the hydrogen, and it'll give you 240 megajoules. Hang on. Energy per stack, energy, I'm sorry, that will be yeah, 240 megajoules per stack. Hang on a second. Output. Generated burn time units per minute. Fuel generator, right. So 100% fire ice. 8.4 megajoule. No. 240 megajoules. Hydrogen is 18 units per minute in the generator. Fire ice is 33.75 per minute. Yep. Oh, those are fusion generators. Yeah, okay. Indeed. Yay. Right on, right on. What they're pushing, yeah, they're pushing up. All right, you'll have to help me out a little bit if you can get close in, zoom in on them. Yes. And that is the glass that's going to be going through faster than the crystals will. Plain filters, that recipe is two glass to one, right? Okay. So that's set up properly. Yep. And oh, two. Open up to 2. Yeah. The reason being is because that first slot has such a horrible tendency to glitch. It's just a whole lot better to err on the side of caution. Yep. Yep. It does, but you'll come back and go, oh, and there's one that'll be glitched. And then the bottom box is 0 slots, correct? Right on. Way to go. Yep. Yeah, okay. That should, once you get both slots open on those top boxes and the glass boxes, that'll make a huge difference. You'll have to keep an eye out, though, if glass did push up to the top box, it's a likely situation where the Casimir crystal had a pause and it had a gap in the input line, and it allowed glass to push in. Yep, all right, so double check, make sure you got 2 slots per. Yep. Right. Right. All right, what's the recipe for our salad dressing here? It is 2, 2, and 1. Oh, they're even. Okay. But the water is only a stack of 20, so that's the one that'll be going the fastest. Right, so you got that set, the priority-wise set right. Titanium glass down to water. Excellent. Right. If the water pushed up, that means the glass had a vacuum in it somewhere, either on the lead box or in one of the other boxes. So it's always worthwhile double checking the inserters to make sure they're all marked as glass going across. And that should fix it. So as long as titanium and glass stay full, the water shouldn't push up. What's the rate? Have you got it on double production for the assembler, or is that just extra product? Extra product, okay. Right. Well, if you switch between them, it won't matter because they both have an increase of 100% on energy usage, or 150% on energy usage. So it's the same amount of energy they use, whether it's extra product or double production. That should fix it for you right there. As long as glass and titanium are available on the input, that should keep the water from going. While we're here, I think I might set up a... see if I can do a capture. I'll do that when we get to the main scene of my stream and see if I can set up a capture for Discord. That would be cool. More power. All right, I'm going to announce the beginning of our stream here in about 5 seconds. No worries. And welcome everybody. We are on a unscheduled weekend stream with me, your host Rocket Wolf, and we are going to be streaming a variety of things today. So we'll be playing a little bit of Dyson Sphere program, might take a look at a little bit at Vintage Story, and possibly, most likely, a little bit of chat here and there. And we will experiment with a few things as well. So welcome all in. If you're viewing this as a on-demand VOD, thanks very much for your views. And we have some new emotes for our channel. Yay! So I will just play a few emotes here, and these are available to all of our normal users, all of our viewers, and at the beginning of the stream, while we were in our 10-minute launch into the live stream, I have set up all of the pre-roll and mid-roll to be performed during that 10-minute time so that we are not interrupted with ads for another hour. So I hope you enjoy my configuration that way. So all of the pre-roll and mid-roll ads will run for the first 3 minutes during our 10-minute lead into live, and then we don't have to worry about them for an hour. So that should cover ad breaks for anybody that is seeing ads. For subscribers, you won't see any. Subscribers to my channel. For subscribers to Prime, you won't see any. And yeah, that's the new stuff. Sound alerts are available, and we also have stream stickers now, which you see at the top left of the screen, and you can view that in the panels down below the live broadcast. You'll see that we have a stream stickers leaderboard and all the stickers that are available to you. Want to make a reminder that we are simulcast, so the stream is broadcast on Twitch and simulcast to YouTube and to Discord, and all of the chats are simulcast as well, so it doesn't matter where you view my stream from. You can chat in YouTube and it will show up in Twitch and in Discord. You can chat in Discord and it will show up in Twitch and in YouTube. And you can chat in Twitch and it will show up in YouTube and Discord. As well, if you choose to watch from Streamlabs, so that will be streamlabs.com/rocketwolf2/home, or you could do /p/home. Instead of it redirecting to the tips page, you can direct to its home page and you can watch and chat from there. I'm not sure if viewers can chat for there. I know as the owner of the stream on Streamlabs, I can Twitch from there. I just haven't tested it for a viewer. And I'm sure somebody will be able to correct me on that if they are watching from the Streamlabs website, whether they can chat from there or not. Okay, so we've had a sound check from our dear friend Zombie, who has identified that we are voice mic volume optimized, and we are stream music optimized. The stream music is provided by Owned Pro, so it is DCMA free music, so that I don't have to worry about copyright strikes on the stream. So let's go ahead and get right into it. So we will have a little bit of refresh of my memory to see where we were at. And I also did a few tweaks to my audio streams as well. So I was having a little bit of echoes issue, game audio issues and whatnot, which I have managed to tackle successfully. And all right, we are on the factory planet, or actually the rocket production planet in my Dyson system, which is named Anchat. Well, now it's called Dyson 1. So I think what we'll do, while I'm looking at it, don't want to confuse myself. So what I have done is I have launched Notepad++ on my desktop, and those notes are for the to-do list. So as I update my notepad, and save my changes. They should show up at the top left corner. And there we go. So in our to-do list, the constructing rocket factories in Dyson 1 instead of Anchat, which was the original or the default name of the system we're in right now. So anything I update or put in my to-do list in Notepad will automatically get sent to the stream, and you can see where we're at as far as to-dos. And we'll put some other things in there as well. Alright, it looks like everything has maintained. Nothing has contaminated. And that's a great thing. I'm seeing a little bit of a screen jitter there. Not sure what that's from. I don't know if you saw that. Maybe I'm just sensitive to it. I guess not. Okay. So, rocket production. What we want to concentrate on is having these items either being made, as many as possible being made locally in this system, and then a call for them from others. So, oops, we're going to do a local demand on the Q chips. But we are not making Q chips here. Oh, I see what was happening. There was a little bit of a jitter there. I thought so. Yeah, just as the Dyson came into view for rendering. How about that? Quite the view. Alright, we know that Q-chips are being made on the home planet. That's not going to be the main factory. There are Q-chips being made on our factory system. So we have an actual factory system. And we should be able to plug in Q-chips right here. Demand them, and they should come over by the thousands, which they are. And then we can switch off of our local demand and make it a, well, yeah, we'll leave it on local demand. And we'll put some drones in. And since we have launchers over on our inner planet, we'll make sure that we're going to provide rockets in a empty slot. And we have to make sure we're actually going to send them from one ILS over to the other ILS on this planet. There we go. Okay, so rockets are in production here, and they will head off to our inner planet, which is this one right here, our horizontal rotation. Alright. So that looks like everything is running as advertised. And we'll just keep a quick eye on things. Yep, so we've already had a slight contamination here. And yeah, because of glitchy stuff, but let's go ahead and move that up out of the way. That over. Oops. Wrong one. Right, so you may notice that that first slot is moving quite quickly, and the reason for that is because the majority of tubes going through the system are going to be coming off the top box and filtering down on an angle. So while the bottom box stays slam full, there are tubes passing through it up to the second one and passing through it up to the third one. And as you can see, even as I put that in, that's how fast it gets pulled out. It's instantaneous. Didn't mean to do that. And to take half of that. So 50 of them, that's a half a stack that I put in there. 50 of them are almost instantaneously yanked out of that slot, and that's what allows one of the other two products to hop in there. So that's something we have to watch. Depending on how many of these machines come on, it can very much drain or put a vacuum on the first two boxes. And that can cause an issue. So what we may do is open that up to 3 slots. And that's how fast they get used up. Ba-da-doom, that fast. We may leave that one there because these will catch up eventually. However, that won't get a chance to push up because those will always be full. So what we'll do is this. We'll just open up the ILS and grab a small handful of those. We'll get rid of those. And we'll just hand place those in. And as you can see, these slots are only going to 99 and 98 on occasion. So we'll help them out a little bit, hoping to overcome the glitch on the slots. Alright, that looks like that'll maintain at least for a little bit. Correct, so 4 boxes tall have to be powered by a substation. And the reason for that is you can see the... Let me come over here where you can see it a little better. You can see the contact patch for the tower in a circle on the ground. And a lot of people are fooled by that because they think, okay, north, south, east, and west, that's how far the reach is, stretched in 4 directions. What people don't realize is this is actually a dome. So even though you don't see the dome, you only see where the dome touches the ground. There's actually power provided upwards the same distance. So think of it as a sphere that's cut in half by the ground. Same thing for the substation. So that's a dome, and as well for the wireless station as well. So what that means is that the Tesla towers only reach as high as the radius of the circle, which is about the top of the third box, which will just barely catch the inserters on those boxes. The substation, of course, being a much bigger sphere, reaches much higher, and you can actually reach the top of your science labs, the top of a stack of 8 boxes, and whatnot. So unfortunately, I haven't checked to see what our reach is. Oh, I know what it is already. So the wireless towers will have a much smaller contact sphere or patch on the ground because they have a longer reach to the next pole. So that bubble, that sphere, is going to be even smaller. It won't be able to even reach up to the 3rd box. So substations it is when you're building power up high, such as inserters. Or actually, I'm going to correct myself. On the science labs, science lab only counts for the bottom lab. Electricity is passed up through the lab, so it's only the bottom lab, so you never have to worry about how tall they are. Tesla towers will power all the way up to the 15th lab because it's powering the bottom lab, not one on the ground. All right. That seems all working properly now. Nice and neatly fixed. Rockets are working. Dyson components are working. Green Dude is working. Circuit boards are working. Processors are working. And micro components are working. Solar sails are working. Yes, they are working very nicely. And that's everything. Frame materials, nanotubes, that's everything. Okay. This is now a self-sustaining planet for rocket parts. I'm not even sure why we had that one there. I think we were going to build Q chips there, but I'm not... but it's not necessary. As long as our factory planet is going to town, which it is. And I'm sure, yep, we've got some traffic going to and from. Uh-oh. Oh, excuse me, I had a sneeze there. Thank God for the mute button. Okay. So our traffic's main focus is going to be on our factory system and our home system. So right now I'm sure the majority of the Q chips are coming from home. So let's pop on over to our factory system. And reverse rotation. And we're going to check on the other planets here as well. Because we want our factory system to really seriously be going to town. We want them to be working hard for us. Busy all the time. Wow, that was kind of loud. I'm glad I put a limiter filter on that. I hope that didn't blow your ears out. The limiter is supposed to automatically take loud sounds that would normally push into the red on the sound meter and automatically caps it to just below red so it doesn't blow ears out. And oops, wrong button. Ooh, let's just do a fly around here real quick and just take a look. Everything seems like it's working like it's supposed to. Unfortunately, the sound limiter doesn't affect the game actually pumping volume into my headsets. It only works going out over the stream. All right, this is a very minimal setup. However, it looks like it's not straining at all. We don't see any cross-contamination. Quantum chips, how are we doing on that? Quantum chips is... Actually, we're kind of low on processors here, so we've got a vacuum on processors. So we're going to have to check out and see what happened on our processor line. And that's what happened. So plain filters contaminated the processor line because they're empty off the belt. So let's go have a look at that. Processors, I'm sure, are going to be printed circuit boards, and I forgot the other item in the recipe. Oh yeah, microcomponents. All right, so we must have had, we had a vacuum on microcomponents. So let's just back up before we start fixing. We'll back up to the original issue. Microcomponents come from this one is Q chips as well. So we've got two Q chips going, and again they suffered as well because of the processors. Oh no, that's the only one. Hang on. Get it right, Rocket. Jeez Louise. There we go. Microprocessors. That should never be an issue because it's only 2 items. But it looks like silicon got hijacked. Why that is, I can't imagine. So we'll go ahead and fix it. And fixed. I cannot imagine, because silicon is not in short supply anywhere. Yeah, you know what? I might have forgot to do that. Indeed, it is 2. It is indeed 2. So that should actually be a box of 2. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to let that build up a little bit. And I'm just going to babysit this bottom box for a second. It's only 36 per second. That's why, because the machines are creating a vacuum. Yep. Good on you, zombie. Good on you. And that's exactly what was supposed to be done that Rocket did not do. All right, we've got plenty of copper in here. All right, and it is interrupted, so let's just go ahead and interrupt it just quickly. All right, so that's now silicon. And as you'll see, this is a relatively easy fix. Fortunately for this kind of recipe, because you can take all of the boxes with the copper filters, instead of changing each individual one of them, just go through, delete the top row, and copy the box from the bottom row on up. And there you go. And that will get the silicone filtering down at the speed which it needs to be, for those micro filters to micro components to be operating properly. And then we'll grow the top box and just change the filters on it. So first one is going to be copper, and then we will just copy that on over. We'll actually take a bunch of these with us, because as we add boxes to the top, it's going to be tempting for the silicone to be jumping up into the box before copper makes it over. And we might be lucky, because the silicone is in such high demand. It probably won't have a chance. Oh, some of them did already, yep, because the line's filling up much faster now. That's okay. We can fix it. We are the doctors of destruction. I mean, construction. Yeah, that's what I meant. All right. And look at that. Instantly fills up with the right product. As long as you keep it full. These guys are going to be pretty fast, so because we're putting fresh copper into the line, it's going to be sucked down into the assemblers quite quickly, especially on the first of the line here. So we'll keep an eye on that, make sure they're still hovering safely up around 100. There. There we go. Excellent. And now we can go into fix phase. Taking full stacks from your inventory and putting them in is actually a better idea than doing what I was doing before, which was taking half a stack and putting it into the next one. The reason being is because you have to wait for that to fill up, which is going to activate all of these inserters down the line before you actually complete the buffering of the box. So in order to avoid that activation, which creates an even more draw on the first boxes, because I have to come from there, it's just easier to come to the ILS or PLS, grab some, and place them in stacks of 100 where they go, so that it doesn't automatically activate the supply chain. and you can actually fix them faster that way. And they'll stay this way, and then see how that put a drain on the inserters right away, which will pull on the supply chain. So, all right, that's all done. Oh no, I missed two more. Should grab another 400. That should fix up the micro components. Happy days. So as you discover the cross-contamination, you can easily fix what you missed before or overlooked. And we probably need to open this box up so that silicon has a chance to get in there. Get down, Icarus. Get down. Down, boy. There we go. Okay. That's probably the last step of any fixing that you do, is coming back and making sure that the initial boxes are happy. This one's still got a little bit of a glitch in it, but what we'll do is we'll take... Oh, look at that. Wow. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go to 3 and 3. Look at that mess. Oh, well, there's why. That's exactly why. Silicon is in demand so much that supply line dried up. All right, so let's go back to that problem, which is going to be on our mining planet, because I have a feeling... Let's see here. That one's empty. What's this? Wow. Remote supply. Local demand. I must be making silicon on this planet. Oh, sure enough. Wow. I did not realize I was mining on this planet. That's okay. We can fix that. Yes, indeed. That half stack, 50 products can go poof, because it's, either 36 or 72 or 108 per second. And kablamo, it's gone. I wonder how many silicon veins I'm tapping on here. So I see one. That's it, one. So we need to expand this a little bit. All those smelters working so hard. And look at that, they're not even on. Alright, so we're going to do two things. We are going to double their production, thusly. And we're going to extend the line a bit. I should put more ingots into the silo. Oh, much faster. That's about 40 a second, but I want it to be a little faster than that. We don't have a shortage of silicon. And look, there's even another vein I could tap right there if I wanted to. Looks like we might run into a little problem there. That's probably stone. Yep, stone. So we can bury that for the time being. Just that edge anyway. Just so that we can get what? Lack of item. Jeez, Rocket. Now it's not lack of item. Oh, you lost video. I'm so sorry. I meant to warn you. That was the ad. So ad in progress for another minute. I don't know if you can hear my audio, but probably not. I'm showing that the... Okay. So everybody is probably going to be a little bit different. I'm showing another 43 seconds on the ad in progress. Wow, has it been an hour? It sure has been an hour. Holy smokes, an hour went fast. I know why, because 10 minutes of that hour was lead-in. Actually, about 15 minutes of it was lead-in. But that's how it's supposed to work, so we're all good. Not sure about why you didn't get the... Yeah, 12 hours goes by fast, no doubt. Alright, let's see where we want to grab. We'll grab it from here to here. That looks good, and we'll exclude that one. No, that's still wrong. It's still wrong. Alright, we'll grab from here to here. That's what we want. And exclude that one and exclude that one. That's what we want. Perfect. Okay. And we'll see what that gets us right there. Let's put our miners back. I mean our smelters back in. Excellent. Now working. Let's see. Make sure we copy the double time recipe, and they are. Right. We are making silicon ingots now. Alright, so Zombie says, I thought of something. If you want to slow down one of the rows of boxes, just downgrade the drivers. That's right. But then you'd only get one item instead of 6. Stack count? What is a stack count? Yep. That would seriously slow it down. That would seriously slow it down. I've never been in a situation where I wanted to slow it down, though. That's right. Yeah, if you wanted to slow it down across Oh, you are using Google Chrome as the browser, correct? Yep. That's a glitch with Google Chrome. So, in their infinite wisdom, prior to this video glitch showing up that shows up on Steam and YouTube and whatnot, where the video is suddenly lost and you get the red words across the screen saying video disconnected, blah, blah, blah. That's not from the streamer. That's Google themselves. So what happened is Google has been notoriously good at optimizing memory for each tab that's available or open. Each tab is a separate process, but they recently, in update number, I don't remember, it was like a 111 or 114 or something like that, Google did another optimization that unfortunately cut the stack size of memory for video. So it optimized non-video, so audio, text, and graphics were untouched and unfazed, and the memory, our RAM on our systems were optimized for the usage of those tabs, those open tabs. However, they screwed it for video. So now, and this only started happening probably about 3 or 4 months ago, now videos will occasionally run out of enough RAM for a split second, and bam, cuts the video, and you have to refresh the tab. Yes, so that's what's happening. So the memory leak that they've been addressing has come about in the form of optimizing RAM. Wow, look, I ran out of ore. At least halfway down the line I ran out of ore. So we've got plenty here. So what we'll do in order to fill this little gap right here is we'll add another stack. But yeah, so Google Chrome decided to address that leak. Wow. Those are all facing backwards. Huh. That's crazy. And I just accidentally deleted that one. There we go. Fixing the leaks. They've gone, it's basically overboard. They went overboard. Yeah, I don't, that's the first time I've seen it switch by itself. But, thank you, autosave. But yeah, it was backwards. I mean, yeah. That was crazy. Oh, I know why. Because I took the box and I was sitting it on top of a stack with a splitter on the bottom, and it always orients to the splitter. That's why it switched. So we gotta watch that. It's just the nature of the game. There we go. Now we got ore coming down. And yellow dots will start disappearing. Wow, okay, so 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. All right, so we're up to about 55 per second. And that should help our silicon situation. As you can see, the drones are happily delivering everything available over to our ready station. Actually, you know what we should do? Because it's being, we don't want to supply to other planets. So this is what we'll do. This is our manufacturing system, factory system. So we should be pulling from our mining system automatically. That's what the problem was. So now we're pulling from our mining. This one as well should also be remote demanding. Even though we're manufacturing on this planet, hopefully this planet's minimal manufacturing or smelting should I had these set all wrong. So what's being smelted on this planet should be the priority for the manufacturing on this planet, and if it can't keep up, it should then automatically demand from my mining planet, which is smelting all of the ores. So that's why we want this on remote demand and local demand. So local demand should take the priority. If the local demand can't keep up, the remote demand will fill the gap. Okay. And that keeps all of the ingots in production properly. So now we can come back down to our microcrystallines and fix those up. Am I on the wrong end? Sure was. There they are. And now we should have a goodly amount of silicon. And that will stay fixed now. Because we've got plenty of silicon now. Outputs backwards, yeah. I've done that. Yeah, that's one of the challenges of the game, you know. There is so much to keep track of. So much. It's a brain game. I don't have any idea why I'm taking the silicon ore and putting it back here, but I am. It's not going to go in. Going too fast. Alright, we'll throw it directly into some smelters. There we go. I have no idea why I was worried about waste. You know, we've got 10,000 ore here, 10,000 ore here, plus, you know, almost 8,000 ore here, you know. Jeez, rocket. And I have even set up any additional miners around here, around this one, so I could set up 2 or 3 on this side, but yeah, you know, it's at 6,500 a minute, which is plenty. All right, Alright, so our happy days on the... Oh, hang on. Quantum chips over here. So I've actually got... I do have 2 rows of quantum chips being manufactured. Why aren't they being manufactured? We have a clog. Yeah, that's why side-by-sides are much better. Look at this. And that was due to the processor issue, so this is unusual that they push down. Extremely unusual. But it did, so we will fix it. It's not moving. See that? There's the glitch on the first box. It's got processors to slide over, but it's not sliding over. That should be filling up right now. There's only 2 machines pulling, and it will go all the way down to 0. And that's the first slot glitch that I was talking about. So you can see it's pulling 12, 6 at a time per machine. See that? Cross-contamination. I hate that. So the only way to fix that particular one is to do that. And we will copy this one. No, hang on. The other way. Copy that one there. This one here. Let's see if it repeats. It still did repeat. So we're going to have to do something right here. And see if we can't remedy that glitch. No. That should be automatically filling up with processors right now. Oh, well. I see what the problem is. I see what the problem is. I got processors on top. That's what happened. So the glass pushed up, it didn't push down. And now I've got the wrong one in the wrong place. There we go. Now that's working like it's supposed to. 800 titanium alloy per minute. Hey, that's great. That is great. That is rocking the block. Now it's working like it's supposed to. Somebody sounds like a happy camper that they're getting their box method worked out. Wonder who that could be. And you know, there have been Zombie, there has been a number of people that have seen me do this, um, and have seen other people do this as well, because box method is not my baby. Box method was actually developed by Nemo, and people have slammed the whole process and never gave it a chance because they didn't have the patience to adapt to the nuances before it became second nature to them. Hold on a second, I have to address Peanut here for a second. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that interruption. That is going to be the issue with weekend streaming for me. Being a single dad, and Peanut is home on the weekends. He's not in school. So he's going to end up having the priority of being addressed rather than gaming for me. It looks like Restream disconnected for some reason as well momentarily there. Had to log back into it, but it's back. Never saw that happen before, so Restream must have had a... Yeah, so it looks like... I'll just have to... it is reconnected, it looks like, in Discord. Alright, let's see if we lost our stream on YouTube. Now, it looks like it's still going on YouTube. I wonder what happened on your Restream. Oh well. Alright, so it looks like we only lost the chat, not the actual streaming service. Weird. Okay. Anyway, we're happy campers. Yeah, it's nicer than Sushi Method or Pizza Builds or whatever else is out there. I have to agree 100% on that. It's much nicer. Which is why it's, you know, you rarely see belted anything on my builds anymore. I think you ought to save. It's just that little bit of micromanaging that has to be done when and basically what it is, compensating for my lack of attention to detail. After that, it's fine. Other than the very infrequent periodic first slot glitch. That's the only thing I have to watch after, and that's it. Oh, also, while I'm thinking about it, just want to grab a little, where is it? This one right here. Is it going to give me the URL? I'm just going to post a URL real quick. It's not going to... I bet this is it though. Hang on. We're going to test this. So if you don't like Twitch, you don't like YouTube, you don't like Discord, you don't like Streamlabs, you'll be able to find me here. And this is going to be the direct link to my broadcast. There you go. That's the direct link to it. So you can watch me on Steam if you don't like any of the other choices. Okay, and everything is looking like it's working. Boy, that worried me there for a second. You know, um, that blue motor line being backed up, like you're saying, that's a wonderful thing. Uh-oh, hang on. Restream is definitely having issues. I'm only seeing your chat in Twitch right now. And it's saying I'm connected to all three of them. You're not warping out? Darn close though, right? You do have to have vessels in one of the two ILS that they're warping between, and warpers, that's right. And whichever power has the vessels, I mean whichever tower has the vessels has to be powered. The other one does not. Now, why isn't Restream working on the chats? That's interesting. Well, your chat is definitely going to YouTube. And your chat is going into Discord. And it's going into Twitch. It's just not showing up on my Restream. That sucks. I mean, not for you guys. That sucks for me. So Zombie, do you do the green science construction for your warpers at a planet, or do you just ship warpers? Yeah. So that's a handy little thing, and I do that on every planet I go to. So whenever I set up either on the South Pole or the North Pole, one of them is going to have a warper assembler. So I call for 100 at a time, which is plenty to supply numerous ILSs with warpers. Yeah, so green science is going to be the highest demand thing. That's one of the things we're going to look at today later on, is getting over to the science planet and checking on green science production over there, because green is the highest demand, and it steps down sequentially down through the colors from there. Processors. Why did the processors stop? I'm at the wrong place. I'm at the Q chips. I need to be addressing this from the bottom up. So we got silicon addressed. And there's another Q chip factory. Have they got their processors? Okay. No worries. Thanks for the lurk. Have a good feed. You're gonna make me hungry. Now that shouldn't be a problem anymore there. You probably have plenty of time to do your dinner just fine before I get over to the science builds, because now that I've fixed the ILSs on this planet to be properly requesting as well as manufacturing the ores, I'm going to start from the bottom up and fix the ingots, circuit boards, processor issue, and then get back over to the other planet and fix those, because it's a cascading effect, obviously. And of course, looks like we had a small issue here with glass as well. And I reckon what happened is because of the lack of ingredients, which is the basic ingredients, the silicon, copper, and iron ingots, that can create problems cascading all down the line. So the microcrystalline components are fine now. And the circuit boards are fixing themselves. And green motor stopped because of rings. Or blue motor stopped because of green motors. Wow. And again, that's that cascading effect. So right here, green motors. Yeah, look at that. So that affected everything. That really sucks. And that's why it's really important to have the basics overproduced. And that's all of your basic ingots being smelted. So now that that one's fixed, we need to fix the input line on that. So we'll grab a few of those. Yeah. So we'll do that. That. There we go. Alright, and glass is fine there, so let's go ahead and fix our processor line. That will fix that one. And we'll just go down and fix anybody that needs fixing. All right. We'll get our glass going back as soon as it's populated. It is populated, so.
Make a run together, I'll be by your side before we collide. And if the sky falls down on you, just beat it up before we collide. Let's make it last forever. I'm ready to fly before we collide. And when the sun don't shine on you, just
But I don't have these machines set up. Yeah, they are. Okay. I need to start double checking myself and make sure I got my scene set up for double production. Amazing how fast that water gets pulled down. Just got to be really careful while we're doing this, that we don't empty a box. So we're pulling hard and fast enough that this first box is actually going down to about 150. But only one slot. No, that's two slots. It's a shame it only shows one slot of information, 194. When in fact, oh no, that's total. Just showing stacks of 100. That's right. All right, it's going fine. All right. Oh, see, got to be careful. That could contaminate. So we got to be real careful how fast we repopulate these boxes. It's down to 150, which is not bad. If it gets close to 100, that means that one slot's getting evacuated. Those slots got down to 40. And this is one of the situations. Let's double check. Everything is a 2, 2, and a 2. But that means because there's only 36 per second going down for each item, this line can only be so long before you either double up the boxes or you double up the rows. And we're almost at the end of the line, so we're going to just watch that for a bit to see what we really need to be doing with that. Because all the machines are not going to be pulling just their 2, they're going to be pulling 4 of each. See, that one's getting down to the 30s. That's close. Should be okay though. A couple more machines to come on. I think we're at the max length of this row of assemblers anyway, so we shouldn't build them any longer than this unless we double up the boxes. It's getting a little worrisome. It's down into the 20s now in one of the slots, which is close to contamination. Oh, 10. We're getting close now. And, ooh, there it goes. There it goes. All right, so that's probably as long as that line needs to be. Yeah. Now it's using them so fast. This is where the contamination could happen. I'm really amazed. I'm glad that the titanium is being pulled through as fast as it is. See, water got up in there. Wow. Alright, so how many we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I just lost count again. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. That's 30 machines, which is pulling too fast. So
You walk like a queen, you rule my mind. Nothing more to feel with you, I'm done. And I don't believe in love first sight, but I can't deny this thing I found. I'm not saying that you would change my life, but what I'm saying is you make me come alive. I'm not saying that you are just my type, but what I'm saying is you make me
that's too dangerous. So we're going to eliminate one more. That will be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. That's 28 machines at double speed. There we go. Now it's got a chance to build up, but just barely. And it's going in the positive direction. '50s and '60s, '70s. There we go. There we go. Now they're all happy. So 28 machines at double speed is going to be ideal for a single stack of each and recipe item for titanium glass. Now, if I want more production, we double that up. Either ILS or PLS with 28 more machines. All right, that's fixed. Still producing. Let's get our power up on our PLS. And this one clogged up again. Holy moly. Alright, we'll watch that for a second. We've got plenty of... Well, that's what it is iron ingots are getting vacuumed. And that's because... of that. Now there's plenty of iron in there. All right, local supply, remote demand, yes. So that's on demand. Now the iron ingots should be, let's turn that off. Oh no, let's leave it on for a second. We can see what's what. There's iron right here. Wow, what's going on here? Oh, they're getting used up that fast over here. Really? Uh-huh. All right, that will catch up now. Wow, that was crazy. That also means I need to do the same thing with copper, though. There we go. I had those set up right. Okay. Now we're making processors. Jiminy Christmas. Yay. Okay. Finally. Green motors. All right, so we'll fix these guys up, and that should fix that issue. We got no green motors to put in there, because they are being made right here. Right. So we can fix up the supply line of that. And there they go. We should be set up on double production also. What's our ratio? 2 and 2. And we've got stacks of 2 and 2. Okay, good. Let's get those set properly. And copy on over. That's 40 machines at 90 a minute. Woohoo! So far, it doesn't look like it's an issue. Until we start doing this. And 40 might be too many, but we are double stacked and they are stacks of 200, so that should be okay. That one's getting down to 10, and that's okay because these guys are not full, so that's okay. And we're definitely producing turbines now. So we are in the area of 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, almost 60 a second. All right, now that is going to have to stabilize a little bit before we can actually address the recipe that's using the green motors. Okay, processes are doing wonderful. Magnetic rings are, coils are coming up to speed. Turbines are going to get there. Circuit boards are fine. Alright, quantum chips. So, quantum chips need the plates. That one's fine. That one's fine, but it's still got a little, oh, right, here it is. So we'll take a few of those. Fix our green line. Then we'll come back to quantum chips. Stacks of 100, stacks of 100, stacks of 200. Didn't I just change this the other day? And the rings are the most in demand. Those rings should be on the top row. No. Rings are the most in demand, should be on the bottom row, but they're stacks of 200. Rings could get pushed up. Could get pushed up. Yeah, I think that's... I'm going to have to study that a little bit more because at double speed, 60 per minute, that's one blue motor a second. Actually, it's one blue motor every 1.5 seconds. It's pulling 3 rings at a time. However, rings are the only ones that are a stack of 200 each. So having 2 slots open, that's 400. That's 200 and that's 200. Even if the rings got pulled fast, you know, I think it wouldn't matter if the rings were at the bottom or at the top, because the graphite and the motors have the highest chance of being pulled out or evacuated first, which would allow rings to go up. I'm tempted to close it off to 1 slot as well. Unfortunately, that's the slot that glitches, so it could literally stop until it's emptied. But it won't push up, and those won't come down. I reckon that's the right clue. I reckon that's the right idea. Thanks for that, zombie. So we're just going to close that off to 1 slot each. And even if the glitch shows up, that's okay, because they're going to get pulled from the next box to the right. Or left, depending on which side you're looking at it from. I believe that's the correct assumption. Yeah. I reckon that'll do it. I reckon you nailed it, closing that off to 1. Well, the number of slots really doesn't play a part in, and look, see I pulled those too fast. The number of slots open doesn't really matter because the line's only pulling 36 per second. So if you open up 2 slots, it's still only pulling out of 1 slot at a time. So if it empties that slot and begins pulling from the next, the first one will start filling up with whatever's below it. And that's why box count is more important, because you can open up 36, 72, 108 per second. And the opening up slots don't really address the clog. And as you can see, I went by too fast down this line. It's only 36 per second. These boxes are pulling, the assemblers are pulling 4 every 1.5 seconds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 boxes pull 40 per second, and that's 2 rows, so that's 20, so that's 80 per second. There's no way the graphite or the motors or the turbines can keep up at 80 per second when the row only allows 36. And that's why the rings keep contaminating. Because I've got the double production speed on these. Yeah, see, I'm at 10, 20, 40, I'm at 40. So I've got double what I need here, and that's why that's happening. Right, so the slots, right, so what you said about, the graphite would be 2 slots, motors would be 4, and magnets would be 3, doesn't have any effect because the assemblers are only pulling from one of those slots on each one, regardless of how many are open. You open up too many slots, and that leaves more room for contamination to happen. What have I got here? I think it's 40 rows. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, so I got 40 here, but that's too many. That's too many. Okay, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 10 assemblers. We'll watch it here, but I'm almost certain. See, this is already down to almost 0. Boom, there it goes. Contaminated. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 14 machines at a time. That's 14 machines at a time. And it pulled those motors. That's pulling almost 100 out of the boxes. Well, it's pulling 100 out of the first box, and that's because it can only move 36 per second. So a stack of 200, that's not an issue, because it can go down to 100 or below 100, and it's still fine until it goes out 200 down. As soon as a stack of 100 disappears, that's when the line's contaminated. Yeah, agreed. Three inputs is tricky. 2 inputs seem to stabilize really well. And again, it's because of stack count. So the recipes factor in because of how many are pulled out on the recipe versus the stack size of the items in the recipe. See, this one's not getting rings. And that's because how fast those rings are going down the line. But see, that's what I mean. The rings can run out. That's fine. They're not going to push up as long as they run out. We just don't want the items above them to run out. And that's only 14 machines, 7 on each side. So that one's just started to go idle also. That's how fast blue motors are being made, just with 14 machines. So the issue is going to show up. So as soon as I open up the 15th set, or the next 2 sets of machines with these green motors, then these first rows of boxes are going to start getting evacuated. Because now those are just making up for the ones that are idle on the idle because of lack of rings. That's how fast the rings are coming down. Now it's okay if these don't. It's okay that the rings are empty below these guys. Yeah, I agree. And that's why I stress that there's a place for everything. I mean, there's definitely application for belt method, application for box method, and finding that nice combination. And it's really not about finding a nice combination. It's just that sometimes belt works better than boxes, depending on what the recipe is or what you're making. And there's no real sense in even you know, like with dudes, or maybe even antimatter. Well, you know, especially antimatter. I mean, you brought up the point about the dude rods. Antimatter's the same way. It's just, it's a line that doesn't move fast enough. It's not in demand enough to have a fast-moving production line, and therefore boxes are just kind of a moot point, because belts do just fine in those situations. Boxes are all about speed. So if you have an item being produced or manufactured that doesn't have a speed issue, then belts are fine. If you were powering all of your planets with artificial stars, or artificial suns, whatever you like to call them, and you were putting artificial stars on all of your planets everywhere, then you're going to have a high demand for that. And if you have all your production of antimatter rods on one planet, then yeah, you probably got a long line of particle colliders that you would want to feed with boxes, because, oh, I don't know, when I think about it, you could probably wrap a planet with particle colliders around the equator, and a belt at 120 per second, you know, stacks of 4, might do just fine. And, you know, same with Duke. Yes, and that is something I really hope that the devs address as part of their code cleanup, which will be toward the end of the roadmap, the out-of-whack recipe ratios. Some of them are just whack. Yeah, and that's one of them. I mean, you nailed that. All right, now we've got five idle machines, because those rings are not gonna, they're just not gonna move fast enough. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 18. Oh, 9, 10. That's 20. That's 20 machines, and already 5 of them are randomly idle. So 15 machines is going to be the sweet spot. $15 machines for a single row of magnets coming through. As you see, that one's already blinking down to 0. And all it's going to do is create an idle machine over here. Yeah, and you doing that and me rebuilding this. So instead of a long line for blue motors, we're going to have double sister rows. So maybe 2 or 3 rows of blue motors like this. And we're going to stop at 14, because 15 is the right number of assemblers before they start starving. I know, isn't that weird? I was just noticing that. I paused a little bit because I know the stream's delayed, but you said that probably the same time that I noticed the synchronicity of that. Too funny. Well, you know, music has a beat and a rhythm just like these inserters do, and they just happen to match. All the way up into the autosave. Yeah, Beat Saber. Indeed. Okay, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's our cutoff right there. So let's put a marker right there. And we are going to do that. What are you doing, Rocket? There you go. Much more better. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is... Oh, I'd love to do that back to back, but I took up the space with the those guys, the red ones. So I'll just do 2 lines next to each other. Oh yeah, that was just my... let's do that. That was just temporary storage. I can put it right up here, I think. And we'll put the blue motors in there. Clean up the rest of those. Well, the reason I did 14 or 15, yeah, 14 is because of the idle machines. As long as these boxes are empty of rings, because the rings can't get there fast enough at 36 a second, then 14 is the longest line without idle machines. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So hopefully these idle machines should turn back on as the ring boxes start to fill back up. This one should start to fill back up. And it is. And as that gets back up to 200, then this one will start to fill up. Slowly but surely it is. Yeah, and that's what we want to prevent. So as far as efficiency goes, which I'm not really huge on being an efficiency queen, if you got idle machines, then they're useless. So, I mean, they're just sitting there drawing power. So if you back it down to eliminating the idle machines in a production row, see, that one just went out and came back on, so that means this row is starting to fill up. Starting to. Then you know your row is long enough. If I wanted to make this production row longer, I would have to double up faster than 36 per second. So I'd have to get 2 rows of each going 72 per second. And then I could double my rows from, you know, double the row length. And that's why I say it all comes down to speed. So it's not really how many slots are open, it's the speed of the inserters passing the product. So right now it's 36 per second. 30 per second, 36 per second can feed 14 machines without being idle. more machines would need more than 36 per second. So now they're blinking, so they're starting to get what they need occasionally. $14 might be yeah, agreed. And you know, that takes time to learn each item. So how long is the row going to be? How fast are you moving each ingredient down the line? And how fast are your machines eating those ingredients to determine how long your line is going to be? So, as well as the stack count of the ingredient. So there are a number of things to pay attention to, and that's why I say I'm always correcting my attention to detail, because there are a few details, quite a few details to pay attention to get optimization, basically. Length of line, you know, the number of assemblers, product, recipe items, all that. And, you know, I'm glad you mentioned that 21 more machines in a single line. Even though I've been doing double lines, you could literally do just single lines. So, you know, you're eliminating 6, 7, 8 grid lines of space. The only problem is the restriction of how close you can place ILSs and PLSs next to each other. Obviously, PLSs you can place much closer, and that creates more of a gap if you're only doing one side of the line. Whereas if you do two, yeah, you do got to place your PLS 1 or 2 grid lines further apart. But, you know, what's the utilization ratio of the space? But a single row is a neat idea. I like that. All right, as you can see, even with 6, 7, even with 14 machines active, 2 are still staying, well, 1 is staying definitely idle 100% of the time. 2 are fluctuating back and forth between on and off. And that's still because of how fast the machines are pulling rings off the line. Yeah, I reckon that's it right there, is how long the production line is. It's the number of machines. So if you had a double row instead of a single row, it's still about the number of machines that are pulling off that line. It's the accumulated or the combined average of all the machines. And you have to think about it like this. If you turn all the assemblers on at the same time, that's enough to drain 36 per second off of the inserters. So that will be the limitation. If you have more machines that pull more than 36 per second when they all come on at the same time, then it's too many machines, or not enough boxes, or inserters, which is boxes. You have to think about it like that, like you turn them all on at the exact same time. Because eventually, even while they're running, that's exactly what will happen is eventually it'll be the same as pulling all of them all at the same time. All right, so 14, still got one machine that's always yellow, and then one machine that's fluctuating a lot, and the other one that's only fluctuating periodically. And they've got plenty of supply, it's just the limitation of the speed of the boxes, or inserters. All right, so my clock says in about 18 minutes we're going to have another 3-minute ad break. How about that? No commercials for an hour at a time. When those ad breaks come on, that's actually a good time to have a bio break, because we can have bio breaks, a stretch, and a hydrate, and a caffeinate, and all that during the commercials. Although, like you mentioned, I think the commercial doesn't run exactly the same for everybody at the same time, so. All right, let's get these collected up. And let's go into max view. Much bigger circle. There we go. And put them all away. And look at that. Bots are coming to get them. I mean, drones. Alright, we can clear that slot. We can clear that slot. And graphite, I think we're just going to have to hand carry over to this one. Okay. And that takes care of that. Now, let's take a look at our grid lines. Only 15. See, I need 20 for a double row. And that's another thing. Your single row fits fabulously in these regions that are only 15 tiles wide, all the way up to you get to 10. You might even get it snuck into 10, because if I'm taking up 20 on a double row, then a single row will fit inside of a 10. So you can get pretty close to the poles with a production line, except for the allowance of distance between the PLSs, which may be an issue. Maybe not on the 15s, but on the 10s they might be an issue. So what we will do, what do we got going up here? Why is graphite being... What are we doing here? Doing something crazy. Oh, that was just a test, a speed test. Just a speed test. That's going to be far too many for this box. So we'll put them over in this box. Clean up the rest. There we go. Okay. Not sure why I was using... Not sure why I was using that. Because honestly, see? They're all powered. As they should be. Okay. That being said, now we can do this. Put a row right there. And of course, they're not going to be proliferated until I get some proliferators and distributor bots. Where's my distributor bots? Right there. I'm going to take care of that one. And grab some proliferators from where? Right, nope. That's labs. There they are. Those poor little bots are coming from a long way away to get proliferation fluid. All the way over here. Alright, we'll double check that all of the inserters got copied over. And it looks like they did. And as soon as green motors come over, that one will start going. Those eventually, idle lights eventually did go out. Now we've got a stack of 200 mil. So 14 seems sweet. And now we've got 28. Okay. That fixes that problem. Alright, quantum chips. Alright, so let's back up down our row. Make sure we've got everything fixed up coming down the line. And then we can finally fix our quantum chip issue. Ah. Right, that fixes that one. We can shine in the crowd, we'll never hesitate. Let us rise to the clouds. Got nothing to lose, I know the time is right. Let us light up the fuse. And I know what I know. So far, so good. This might be an issue because now we're really demanding rings. Are we producing rings on this planet? Let's see. Pretty sure we are. 4,000 a minute. It's underproducing. Consumption is a lot higher. Everything else looks fine. Ooh, electromagnets. Yeah, those have to catch up. Thank you, autosave. Graphene could use a little help. We definitely have to step up our magnet production. And we might have to step up our glass too. Alright, let's mark some. The gears are almost 1-to-1. Glass might be okay. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think... Let's go ahead and do it. 1 minute. Yeah, so we'll have to step that up. Probably have to step this up, but we'll take a look at that. And we know green's catching up. And we'll take a look at graphene. It's fluctuating, which is why the 10-minute is probably a better indication. Yeah, so we'll have to take a look at that. Ground motors are okay. Gears are dead on. Dead on. So as you can see, the production is fluctuating because the demand is steady. So that actually comes out quite well. Glass definitely needs help. Oh, and titanium. Wow. Copper's working its way out. Let's take a look at the 1 minute of those. And the reason being is because these two are actually being, and same with titanium, being shipped in from other planets, and that's why we're not really hurt on those. So we'll leave those off. And same with those. Those are being shipped in from another planet. All right. So what we want to address. See, now the magnets are, even though the 10-minute showed 5,000, it's because of this up here. Demand was really high there for a bit, but that's what we want to avoid. We want to avoid the demand that's when it's in demand. That's what we want to avoid. So we do want to increase our magnet production so that when things turn on, that doesn't become an issue. So all right, that one's fine, that one's fine, good on that, good on those. Turbines are on this side. Lines are working fine. So that's going to take a little bit to stabilize. It's good, good, good. Graphene's probably coming from another planet. That one's good. And then we can look at quantum chips. Okay. That's coming out fine. That will come out fine as the turbines catch up. And that one's fine. Okay. All right, let's fix our turbine. Well, yeah, we can fix our turbines. I mean, our quantum chips right here. So we had processors supposed to be coming down this line. Got plenty of them now. What's our ratio? 2 and 2. That's correct. Okay. And it wasn't doing any good for us to fix those because processors hadn't caught up. Why does it keep doing that? Not pulling that hard. Yeah, I didn't think so. They're stable now. Actually, it's just a whole lot easier to do this. All right, if you haven't entered a news ad break, we are about to. So we're just going to take a quick be right back from here while the ads run, and then we'll be back shortly after the ads have run. Okay, we're back. And hope everybody enjoyed the ad, and a stretch and a bio break and a hydrate, and we are commercial free for another hour. All right, looks like these guys have stabilized. At least they will be until I turn on... Hang on. They are on double production. Okay. That's good. So that's not awful. Don't see any idle machines up the row. That's looking good. Just repositioning some windows real quick. Welcome back, zombie. So it looks like we've cleared the all the bottlenecks, and as far as plane filter or quantum chips go, it looks like we've got all active machines and nothing idle yet, which is a good thing. That means having stacks of 200 is really good for longer lines. That was getting close to empty slot. 66 in the slot. 54. Might be getting close. Awesome deal on the plane filters. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is getting down to 18, and we're about ready to have an empty slot on that box. And that's probably because of processors. So we're eating those processors pretty fast now. Yep, there it goes. Now, hopefully plane filters should be the same situation. Very close. So as long as plane filters are not full, we have plenty of processors, but that's how many are being pulled off this line. Okay, so we might have reached our max machines on Q chips. Titanium glass line is running out of water. That's all right. Water's on the bottom. That's an easy fix if you want to keep it populated. That's just a matter of more water pumps. All right, so let's get rid of that many, because I'm sure some machines are going to show up idle here any second now. I already got contamination going. Yeah, already that's too many. That stack's just not going to stay full. See how fast it pumps down. Well, now it's staying fine, but that stack's not. And all I'm doing is passing that down. Wow, looks like it's stabilized now. Yes, indeed. And that's because the speed of the inserters, crazy. So the boxes, because what they're doing is they're passing as fast. And like I say, each box takes up 3 grid lines that virtually disappears. So it's as if those inserters were connected to each other. So obviously they fill up back to front. You know, first 2 slots over here get filled up before these do. Oh, Poke Salad, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry I didn't catch you when you came in. Welcome to the stream. First time chat. Glad to have you. Yeah, you know, I should get on building the sphere too. I just want to make sure these lines are stable. Yeah, it looks like we've stabilized, so... We'll do one more and see what happens. One more. Oh. Yeah, we just want to make sure we don't evacuate. $150. $130s. $20s. Still going down. That might have been too much. Still going down. It should be getting filled up. Still going down. Okay, so that means it's exceeding 36 per second, which is max those inserters can handle. Yeah, that's going to evacuate, so that's just one too many. Or two machines too many. So what do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. That's 32. 32. And I reckon that's going to be our max. See if the number starts coming back up. And indeed, it looks like it's building back up. All right, 32 quantum chip machines, assemblers at a time. Before it still evacuates the line at a single stack each. So, I mean, a single box stack each. 32. So if I want to double those up, I would either double the box stack size or just run them side by side. All right. That means everything is now happy days. Now we can go back and there you go. We definitely need our glass helped out a little bit. Another 300 per minute. So let's find where our glass is being produced. See how we're doing down here. I see we got a little... Wow. Wow. What happened there? Oh my gosh. Well. There's 400 there. Oh, it's empty. Both of them are empty. Why? Holy smokes. Where's our brown motors and brown magnets? Here's our magnets. Here's one reason. Jiminy Christmas. That's crazy on a whole nother level right there. And that's why the coils. And the coils are needed for the motors, as well as the turbines. Yes, that'll do it every time, zombie. Funny how that works. Yes, indeed. Here's my motors. Alright, what's going on in the motor line? That was all because of the coils. Look at that. Yeah. All because of the coils. That's all it took. I'll grab a few of those. Start here. There we go. My goodness. I wouldn't be doing this. That's better, zombie. I wouldn't be doing this if I was paying attention to what I normally do, and that's overproduction. So it's definitely all about having more than enough of the raw resources from the very start, all the way up the chain. As soon as you're not paying attention to that, everything suffers. And that's the game. 1400 a minute sounds like a win over the 800 being used. Excellent. We love balance. Ain't this just a fun game? It's got challenges and everything. I love it. Of course, we create a lot of our own challenges, so I do anyway. Alright, so what were we looking at? We were looking at glass, which is right here. Right here behind us. How about that? Alright, so we've only got 72 per second going down the line. That's what we need to do. While we're here, we will switch these over to produce double. Get that done for starters. That should help our glass situation. $56. Awesome. Alright, let's see what our glass is up to now. That's better. We can take that one off. Then of course we'll have to do our rings, which is lacking a little bit. Magnets. That's very cool, zombie. That's rocking it like a master box method builder. Thank you, autosave. I smell a fresh pot of chocolate macadamia coffee brewing in my coffee pot in the other room. Yes, it is. Coffee and bacon. Bacon goes with everything. And I tell you what, if I ever put my mind to it and start it, I'm going to make coffee or bacon ice cream. Because nobody's made bacon ice cream. And somebody's going to get rich beating me to it. I know it. And if nobody's had the maple and honey smoked bacon, that is a treat. And I can see doing bacon ice cream and topping it with honey. And oh my God. I drink, it's bad for me, I'm sure, but I drink coffee all day long. It doesn't have the same effect on me. It doesn't, I drink it before bed. It doesn't keep me awake. It helps me sleep better. I'm sure that's keeping my metabolism as far out of whack as possible, but I sleep a lot better with a cup of coffee before bed. Yep. That's about where I'm at. 1 to 2 pots. Nice big coffee mug. I didn't mean to do that. Now motors are getting made. $5,100. That's an excellent number. I can tell, Zombie, that you're just not happy with your production because there is no enthusiasm in your in your statements at all, and yeah. Oh, excellent. 10 machines? Beautiful. Sounds like a good steady supply. You probably won't use them that fast, but you never know. It's nice to have them on hand whenever you do need them, you know? And I've actually got a very little setup of my machines. So all the different machines, there's at least one assembler making them, piling them into an ILS somewhere. So when I need them, whenever I need them, I've got them on hand. But as you can see, assemblers and smelters are the highest demand. Speaking of which, oops. Close that, then take these and do this. So we'll put those back over there. And then probably don't have a slot for them, so we'll leave them there. That's fine like that. Yeah, so, you know, it only takes one assembler pumping them into an ILS somewhere, and then when the need arises, you don't have to worry, you know? They're just there. Now, I've seen some people that, you know, they're mass producing all their machines just like they are, you know, their products. They're mass producing, you know, generators, chemical plants, the industrial miners, you know, stuff they're not going to need. I mean, oil extractors. I got 80 sitting here that I've always had sitting there, and I just don't see a need to mass produce that kind of stuff. You don't have enough planets for that. But, you know, everybody plays their game differently. Refineries, I kind of understand if you're going to set those up on a planet somewhere and you're just going to crank out hydrogen and light oil or whatever recipe you're using in them. Extractors, though, you know, if you find 190 oil extractors, oil seeps in your star cluster, you probably got a real good special one. But wow, that's a lot of refined oil to be made from that. $500 oil extractors. Seriously. Wonder. My home planet's only got enough for 53 a second. That's it. So that's probably, I think that's in the neighborhood of 16 oil seeps in my entire home star system. Which is obviously, that's 3 planets, but you know, there's only one that's green. There won't be any oil on the other 2. That's the most I've seen on mine. Now, the other ones that have green There's no oil in that system. Epsilon might have some. No, there's no oil in that one. Yeah, I just don't. I'm not that lucky. I don't have enough. I don't have enough oil seeps in all the planets that I utilize. But I'm also haven't had a need for them either, so. Yeah, 11 seeps. So if you take the average 3 per second for each oil seep, that's 33 for that one, that water world. Yeah. Yeah, you find out after a while there just aren't a lot of planets to begin with tons of oil seep, and that's because of plastic. You know what? We need the oil for plastic. Can't remember what else, but yeah. Yeah, that's it, organic crystal. And you know what? I'm mining my organic crystal. I don't even produce it. Mine's just coming out of the ground. So it's a good thing that I don't have a lot of oil available. Okay, I reckon all the PLSs are happy campers now. Yay. Plane filters are definitely back in business. Glass is in business. Now the rings, we will want to step up our magnets when we come across that line. Green motors, yay! Oh, still got a clog. Oh yeah, because of the because of der motors. So down here we want those to be motors. Oh, hang on. Yeah. How the heck did... Oh, yeah, because we ran out of the rings. You do the rocks, trees, water recipe. Ah, right, okay. Alright, those are going well. We can turn these off. I believe we finally have a satisfied setup here. Hopefully I don't let it do that again. All good on the blue motors. Nope. Hang on. Why is that? All the ingredients are there. Why is that? Did we forget to turn it on? I don't, and when I say we, I mean me, since you guys had nothing to do with it. Looks like we forgot to turn it on or something. There's nothing in the boxes. Oh yeah, that's right. So when they started, we forgot the green motors had to catch up, and we never cleared that slot. So we'll do that now. We'll put those back in. And happy days. All right, let's find out where our magnets are being produced at. Yeah, it's clogged because I copied that over. Green motors hadn't caught up on production yet because of that clog, and I never came back to clear that one. So graphite and rings were there, but the graphite filled up the inputs. So that one will stabilize now. And now that the processors are back in business, the quantum chips will be fine, and the plane filters are back in business. And these guys are doing their thing for green motors now. Bass is back up. Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, this is just the beginning of it. So all the while that this has been building, and obviously, as you've seen, I'm always taking a look at what my optimum length is going to be, my optimum stack. So this being a factory planet, one of 3 in this system, those optimized numbers are going to be a blueprint for me just copying them to the other planets, and then they'll just go to town. So what I'll do is I'll start at the bottom blueprints, and that is the raw ores and ingots and whatnot. Stamp those down, give them a few seconds to fill up. See what I did there? A few seconds, because that's all it's going to take. And then just stamping down in order from lowest to highest components. And then not worry about them anymore. Just making sure that my ILSs is set to remote supply. So quantum chips are going to build up now. And that's what these factory planets are all for. Here's another quantum chips. I don't even know why I have 2 of them. Why'd I do that? There's one there. One there. So we can use that slot for something else. And some of these are demand just for the stuff that's being mined out of planets over on the mining planet. So it all works out. I just have to be diligent, you know, watching out, not making mistakes, building boxes upside down like with the magnet, or with the wire coils, or the turbines, building those upside down. You know, if I can keep myself in check, everything works fabulously. So now, so now I'm getting down to, the fine tuning of length, stack size, the speed of the recipes and whatnot. I must be smelting. That's what they are. They're smelting. So magnets are smelted from iron, I believe. Here they are. Well, they're full, but it's stable under the 1 minute demand. Okay, it's actually not as bad as I thought, but there still is that peak demand because of magnetic coils. And magnetic coils are just getting by on a positive rate. Just getting by. So that number's going to climb until this reaches the 10-minute mark. And then we'll take a look at that. So, okay, we're not going to worry about the magnets at the moment. And we will keep an eye on motors and our coils and processors. And processors should be doing just fine, and they are. And coils are doing fine. No vacuum on the magnets, that's fine. Microcrystalline components doing great. Circuit boards, excellent. Casimir, that's going to be a problem. It's not manufactured fast enough. Alright, what's the recipe using my Casimir? Casimir, I think, is going into the quantum, what are they? Yep, up here. What are we making here? Oh, we're making plane filters. Alright, as long as Casimir can catch up and this doesn't drop down too far. So, alright, it's at 4,800. Let's just keep that in mind. Alright, let's take a look at what our Casimir is doing. Ah, and there you go. It's never going to keep up. It's only half the production that is being consumed. So, this line's not long enough or big enough, but it is really. Look at how many idle machines I've got. That's because the hydrogen's not coming. Not coming down fast enough to keep more than 2, 4, 5, so 10 machines for sure are on all the time. All right, 10 machines. That's it. The rest of this line is wasted because that's how fast the hydrogen is moving down the line. I would love to know how I can pipe hydrogen faster than 108 per second. I mean, other than, ooh, there is a way. Is there a way? Is there a way? There is a way. How fast is it coming out of the POS? No, not boxes. I'm thinking of something else. I don't know how I'm going to get it out of there, but it just so happens I'm only using 2 ports on the front side of the PLS. Yes, belt line. If I drag a belt of hydrogen down the side, right down here, but how do I get that belt out of there? I know how I can do it. I might have enough room. Let's see. All right, don't freak out, guys. Don't freak out, all right? Only going to be able to do this on one row, obviously. All right, 240 a minute. Alright, so hydrogen has made it all the way down. Most of those machines came on, but we're waiting on optical grading now. So we'll watch that rate and this rate. Did you like that, zombie? Did you like how I did that? Anybody else would have looked at that and gone, man, there's no way I'm going to be able to get that belt out of the middle, because you can't elevate it without being able to get up to that level first. So, yeah, you know what? Belt torture still has its place. I could actually do without that last spiral. I could have spiraled up to 1 and got it over there without needing those other grid lines. But it doesn't matter. 2 spirals. 2 360s, and we're there. Did you like that? So normally when you drag a belt, in order to go up, you need, you know, that many 1, 2, 3 grids to get up to the first level 1. So you need the original right here, or you need the original right here that has to have 1 flat, and then 3 more going up. I'd have never been able to do that because I did this inside of 2 grids. 2 grid lines, 2 tiles. So the spiral is just between 2 grid lines, so the spiral is occupying 1 tile. So my belt tortures do come in handy every once in a while. There we go. However, we still got 3, 6. We still got 6 idle machines because of the optical grading crystal, and these guys are full up now. So that's how fast we filled up. So now we've got. Oh, hang on. Why is those? Okay, got a little contamination now because there's more hydrogen than optical grating. Look at that. Look at that, all the way down the line. I suck. That's funny, Zombie. Puts a twist on that design. Indeed it does. But, you know, I've got these twists going all the way up to 6, so I can go 3 boxes high with them. 1, 2, 3. So I can get all the way up to the 3rd box with my twists. So a lift counterclockwise 6 high. There you go. 6 high is 6 normal belt levels high, but each box is two belt levels. Since you can only input on the bottom of a box, so that's even with the bottom of the 3rd box. 1, 2, 3. It's actually 4 boxes high from the ground. So 1, 2, 3. And that's how I fed the lines before in a short distance. Normally, in order to go from here to here, which I've done inside of 1 grid line, takes out of the ILS, there's one, hold on, there's the bottom of the 1st box, 2nd box, 3rd box. You know, that's the kind of space I don't want to take up to get from the ground up to here when I can do it in that much. So that's why we design those. It's all about space. And I just always hung on to them, even though they became somewhat obsolete when box method. Oh, we're actually in the middle of an ad, so Hope might not be able to hear or see us. You probably had an ad a few minutes ago, didn't you? Right. All right, so everybody's different. And on that note, we are going to go be right back while the ads run. Okay, that should take care of the ads. And that takes care of refilling the caffeine. God, the coffee's so good. All right, so since we've come up with this solution and just about killed our Casimir production because now the hydrogen had plenty of time to fill these slots. We'll just fix it. And we'll just do one row at a time because, as you know, the hydrogen will push upwards. And Coke salad. I've got a joke for you. But anybody watching, I just want everybody to know that we run the 3-minute ads. So the pre-roll and the first mid-roll ads runs at the very beginning of the stream. And the reason I do that is I'll run it during the 10-minute timer that I use to set up for the stream and enter the stream. The pre-roll ads will run during that timer and expire, and then we'll start and then we'll go live on the stream. I mean, we're live, but we're in that 10-minute pre-readiness. Then we won't see ads for an hour, and then we'll get a 3-minute ads, and then we won't see them for an hour after that. And I've found that getting them out of the way right away at the beginning of the stream, while everybody's waiting for the timer to tick down and for Rocket to get his act together, then we don't have to worry about it for the entire first hour of the stream. It's just very cool. And then as we get to our first 1-hour break in the stream, that happens to coincide with my hourly bio break, stretch, hydrate, which everybody usually does anyway at the same time. So we have a be right back during the commercial. So yeah, it works out great. Obviously it's not an issue for anybody that's a subscriber to either my channel or a subscriber to Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime, either one. I think they're the same. Oh, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Yeah, I saw that coming. Doggone it. These machines are gonna yank that out so fast because I'm on double production speed. That's why. Alright, we have to do these top to bottom instead of left to right. 1120 zombie. You crazy man, you. Oh my goodness. You wild man. You're just yeah, you're just hoping to extract oil from every planet until they implode, huh? Wow. Wow. You know, I really do hope the devs decide to increase the oil extraction speed. I've seen them at 3.5. I've seen them at 4. I've seen a few at somewhere between 4 and 4 and a third, you know, 4.3. I haven't seen many above that count per second. But they also have those set up to deplete. So they will drop down to, they won't ever go down to 0, but they will drop down to like 0.75. Yeah, you can find some at 5 or 6. It's just exactly. That's right. Actually, hold on. Actually, if I remember correctly, when they released on January 21st in 2021, I believe oil was infinite. It didn't deplete, not until they introduced an update that gave the oil extractors an extraction algorithm. And then we all had to get on our toes about that. Because oil was infinite no matter what your, resource multiplier was set at. Yes, indeed. It wasn't too long. I think it only took about 6 months, and next thing we heard was, oh, by the way, with this new update, your oil's going to deplete. It's going to pump slower and slower. It's like, well, damn, we were kind of lucky because it was so nice to be able to calculate and work with a constant flow rate of the oil coming out. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Okay, so now we're doing this properly. I was doing it wrong, just going down the line there. It was, yeah. And we'll just make sure, yep, we got plenty of grading going in there. Switch around here. Daylight pleases me. Well, now I think we've got I think I've got a little better handle on how I'm going to address this particular recipe. So box line is great, but it's going to be enhanced with a belt line coming out. And I'm going to have a nice long think on this as to whether I want to run it down both sides on a shorter line or just along one side to have, you know, because I don't like the idle machines. That's the big thing. Don't like the idle machines. What the hell just happened? What the? Those were just all filled up. Those were all just filled up. What the heck? 8. All the machines came on at the same time. Freaking hell. Alright, 8, 16 per second. That's 32. And 48. And 72. 48. 48 and 16, 50. 54. 72. That's what it is. We've only got 72 per second going down the line. The first 5 machines must have come on at the same time and they were gone, and hydrogen snuck up in there before it could ever have a chance. Wow. All right. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Where there is a will, there is a way. Yeah. I think that was very coincidental. Very coincidental. Because, oops, I wonder what I just changed. Because the devs put out their roadmaps in Discord very regularly, and they keep us up to date, and I think that's a great thing. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that happening. All right. So we're going to have to borrow a few of these because we're going to fill up that line rather quickly. Now watch how fast they disappear out of here. Oh, they can't go anywhere. Nice. Nice. 2 gigawatts on that planet. That's the way to do it. See that? That's how fast they go into the... And that's just going into 2 machines. Look at that. And that's how fast they disappear. More hydrogen. Yes, indeed. We definitely need more hydrogen. Fortunately, it's the most abundant planet in the universe, so... I mean, most abundant element. What did I say? Planet. Such a derp rocket. Watch it, watch it. That's what happens right there. Right there. Look at that. So once those machines come on, so those are stacks of 100. That's fine. These are stacks of 50. All right, that's 36, 72, 108 should do it. So we should be able to keep these lines populated. But those should also be filling up right now. They shouldn't sit idle like that. Now they are. That's a little bit glitchy. I don't like that. Well, they were. See, these used to be 3 stacked tall. But now that I've got hydrogen going down this belt, going into the same machine that they're pulling off the box stack from, I don't need the third one. And being that these optical gratings are getting evacuated as fast as they are, because they're only 50 in a stack, I'm going a little bit unorthodox against my normal because I added this element down here, and that's 120 a second on the belt, and I only got 100, and I only had 108 a second going down the inserters. So now the vacuum is going to occur in the crystals. So watch what's happened. So I'll go ahead and paste these. Now watch what happens when I fill this box with the crystal. Watch how fast the crystal disappears. It's that fast, gone already. It didn't go anywhere across the inserters. It went down into the machines. And there's 2 machines pulling that stack. And until those machines get filled up, it's going to keep doing that. Now those 2 machines are satisfied. This machine on that side and this machine on this side. Now it's satisfied. Now I can put them in here, and they're not going to go anywhere until the machines pull them again. Hey there, Chris. Come on, get unstuck. All right. Three per second hydrogen and 2 per second crystal. Well, no, it's double that because I have my machine set on production speed up. So normally, yeah, it's 3 and 2, but you have to double that because because of the double production speed. So 6 and 4. Yep, and the reason it's sucking it out so fast is because it's wanting to stack up. See how far it can go? It can go up to 24 on the crystal. So it's going to fill the slot completely initially. That's right. And that's what evacuates the line. So when I'm fixing these boxes, if I don't pay attention to how fast the machine's going to fill up. That's right. It sucks the line down to dry, so... Ah. Yeah, that's not going to help. There we go. All these little mechanics you gotta watch for, mostly just during the initial setup, and then it's fine. But don't let your input lines drain away. Because you will most certainly be back at it just like I am, trying to figure out where I derped. So, just to keep this happy, let's, that'll be fine. And as long as I can get my optical grading crystal from my mining planet in time, which it seems to be doing, the drones are keeping it stocked, which means it's coming from the mining planet just fine over the with the vessels. So let's just take a look and see how well the vessels are keeping the vessels are fine. So 3,800, there's 4 vessels in the air, 4,000, 4 vessels in the air at any one time. That means that it's being mined quite fast enough. So all good. I just gotta quit screwing up these. Ah. How far away is your mining planet from the production planet? It's 4 light years, I think. Yeah, we thought about that. We've been hacking at that since day one. The problem is the ILS are assigned a number. When you lay an ILS down, so this one's number 253. So I laid down 253 ILSs before that. That's right. That's right. So what happens is if you try and set up a relay on the same planet, it doesn't work because one steals from the other and delivers it back, and then you end up with this loop between the two ILS. Because one's going to be a demand and one's going to be a provide. So you're going to have a demand on one and a supply on the other ILS, and they're just going to steal from each other and blah, blah, blah. The best way to attack that, which is only mediocre at best, is to have them on planets that are spaced far enough apart, I mean on 2 separate planets, to do that in the same star cluster. That's right. So one is remote demand and one is remote supply, and they each satisfy each other. So you'll get a set of vessels delivering and another set of vessels satisfying the demand. Same thing. So it doesn't matter what's on the planet, it's the ILS itself. So let's say you have an ILS here and an ILS here. This one's set to demand from somewhere else. This one's set to supply from somewhere else. Then this demand will pull from this station. And then this one will supply, or this one will supply to that station. So you just end up with a loop. And it really sucks. It really sucks. So the ILS generally will pull from, this is the way it's supposed to work. ILSs and PLSs are supposed to pull from the nearest source that can satisfy the demand. And that doesn't work because it turns out, and I've done this before, where I've set up 10 PLS in a row here, and I built them in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Put the demand on the first one, and the rest were supply. And it would pull from ILS number 2, obviously, then ILS number 3, then ILS number 4. So that didn't work as a straight line. So what I did is I set up the ILSs in a north-south compared to the one that was doing the demand. And I put 8, 9, and 10 just a little bit closer, about a third of the way closer to the demand. So 2 through 10 were all supplies. 8, 9, and 10 were supplies a little closer than 2, 3, and 4. And wouldn't you know, it would go to 2, 3, and 4 to get the supplies, even though 8, 9, and 10 were full up to get them from. So we've been hacking at that problem ever since this game came out, and I'm not sure because the devs will never say how the priority system works on the PLS and ILS stations. So we've never been able to knock that one out. Other than the fact that we know it will pull from a station with a lower number on it, regardless of where it's at, and regardless of how full they are, it will pull from a station with a lower number if it's got the supplies in it. So what does that tell us? That tells us that when we start in the phase of setting down PLS and ILS, we have to be able to plan out our entire star system in our head, our entire cluster. Not just the star system, but the entire cluster has to be planned out in our head as to what order and what planets we're going to set down our ILS on in order to beat that inadequacy. So my suggestion to the devs, because what they did is they allowed us to rename these by clicking up here and renaming them whatever you want. It doesn't remove that identifier. This is still PLS number 47 as far as the Dyson Sphere system goes. Yeah, it's got a name now, and you can see it when you click on it. Oh, that's station 55. Which one did I do? Wait a minute, which one? Oh, I did this one. So, I mean, it's pointless to even rename them, even though you can, because you hover over it and you can't see the name of it. It doesn't say Station 47 or Rockets PLS. So, look what we did to our quantum chips. Oh yeah, because that all is resulting from Casimir. Yeah. I mean, it's still number 47, so whatever that means to Dyson Sphere the game means that's where drones are going to go pick up items from as a priority based on its station's ID. So, yeah, it's And same with ILS. Exact same thing with ILS. It's stations. Whether it's an ILS, PLS, doesn't matter. It's stations. And they're all numbered. What we suggested to the devs, yeah, waypoints, that's exactly right. What we suggested to the devs was that we be allowed to set the priority in the stations, at least the ILSs. So when we set down an ILS, yes, the game gives it an ID number, that's fine, but we should be able to say this station has a priority over all others somehow, like giving it a priority flag, priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, whatever. That way we can better control the priority of vessel deliveries and requisitions. That doesn't exist right now, so we're kind of stuck without it. We suggested that, you know, in the first year that this game was out. It still hasn't changed. Doesn't mean it won't, but it hasn't changed yet. We still don't have a priority system in the user's hands. I'm sure it'll get there, though. Eventually. It'll get there eventually. Oh, come on. Crying out loud. There we go. See, it started to deplete before it would actually... I mean, it wouldn't fill up after... That's box glitch. Hate that. At least they're keeping up now with 3 stacks. Now we're at 108 a second, coming down, dropping down to probably about 36 or 40 a second, right about there. But wow, can it be annoying, eh? So, Zombie is saying waypoints would drastically change the meta for interstellar travel because then you could set the destination towers and yes, exactly right. To find an actual trade route. Yep, indeed. Indeed. If anybody was curious why I read out the chat, started getting in a habit of it on Mixer. But especially for Twitch, because Twitch being Justin TV originally, before it was changed to Twitch TV, you could watch it on your Android TVs, and prior to your TV's software being updated, you couldn't chat directly from your TV, and the view would not include the chat. So if you're in Twitch right now, you've got chat on the right hand side, which you can interact with. You can also see it on my stream on the left hand side. Seeing it on the stream on the left hand side is only to address the viewers that are watching from their living room TVs or wherever. And if that's too small, which mine is, I help it out by reading what's in the chat so that people can hear what's happening between me and chatters in the chat without them being able to see the chatters in the chat, or at least not see them very well. So, yeah, bear with me while I read out the chat. It's just for helping people that like to watch and lurk rather than interact, which I did for many years. Just watched people playing games without the ability to interact with their stream. All right, so it looks like we're actually have established some sort of stability. Boy, it all changed adding that one belt of hydrogen. All changed. So this looks like it's going to be a better setup now that it's more stable. So let's do this. Let's move that over. It's not filling up again. It's not filling up again. Come on already. The first slot should be filling up. And that's a box glitch. That slot should be filling up. Hate that. Oh, come on. Maybe this is our limit right here. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. For whatever reason, that box is not filling up. Right there. And I can't delete it without deleting the entire stack of 4 above it, 3 above it. Unbelievable. All right. Let's try and build it top down. Maybe that'll help. Oh, I know why. I know why. I see it. I see it. I see it. That's why. Yes. Except for you can't copy. You can't pick up this one and put it over here because it only goes on top of the stack. You can't put them down in between. But I can copy and it'll paste. See how I pasted the recipes there? That's what the problem was over here. So what we'll do, I think I just saw a little bit of a solution there. We'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do this. And that solved that little problem. Now we won't beat ourselves up. Yes, correct. You can copy sorters like that. So, and that's what we do here. So if I copy this sorter here, and I delete this one right down here, and put that one in, it holds the recipe. So the copy is, and that's what it's supposed to do. Anytime you copy an item, if it's got a filter applied to it, it copies everything. The sorter, the filter, the condition. So it's basically just copying the condition. That's been around for quite a while. I think that was an early on change to the sorters, because I don't remember when filters were set up. I think it was the very beginning, because they call them sorters. As you can see here, it's a sorter. But elsewhere, I can't remember where. No, you know what? I think that was a user or player thing, where we started calling them inserters, because Factorial calls them inserters. I think that's where that comes from. But they've always been sorters. And the only way to sort is to filter them. So that's been on, I think, since day one. The splitters, I think, came out a little soon before they had the ability to filter the outputs on them, or filter the outputs on them. Couldn't filter the inputs, but you could filter the outputs. You could prioritize the inputs. But that was it. Where are we at? Yep. All right. So we're going to do this top down now, and then set the filter on the bottom one. That should fix things. So far, it looks like it's keeping up. A lot better than it did before. And we definitely got plenty of Casimir crystal. And that's because our Q-chips are not eating them up, because that got affected by the Casimir. I mean, by the optical grading. Okay, this is just wrong. Those should be filling up right now. There's plenty of them in the slots here. Plenty of them in the slots here to be passed down here. That's a box glitch. The machine's working. And I'm sure it's working on both sides. It is. But this box should be filling up right now. I mean, those two slots. Kind of disturbs me that this glitch has been around for so long and the devs still haven't addressed it, because and I'm not slamming the devs, because the devs are absolutely fabulous. What they have done for this game and how well they attend to the community is phenomenal. But they're very much sticklers to the plan. They are sticklers to development, and things like this already have a place on the roadmap for getting fixed, which is well toward the end of early access before it goes full release. And because this is very minor, the only people experiencing the glitch, or even know that the glitch exists, are people like me doing unorthodox things. I doubt seriously anybody that uses uses belt method the way the game was intended to be would ever experience something like this. So we'll just go ahead and manually fill it. Now if I put half in, I'll put half in. There it goes, it fills up. Not a problem. That's why. I just figured it out. Okay, that's why. This is the problem. This sorter is filtered for crystal, but there are 2 hydrogen stuck in the sorter, so it can't pass crystal. There's 6 in that one, and there's 6 in that one. And that's why none of the crystal can go from one to the other. So, since these filters are set up as crystal, and there's hydrogen in there blocking it, I have to do this. I have to pull them off of the inserters until they go in. And you can see this one's blocked as well. So I have to pull these off till the hydrogen comes out, and then crystals can go in there. So I actually have to go back and check all these just to make sure there's hydrogen in those inserters. All the little details. These are cleared already, it looks like. Yep. Oh, there's some hydrogen in that one. Stuck. Stuck. That one's fine. Usually if they're flashing, they're alright. Here's one that's stuck. Those are fine. Those are fine. Those are fine. Okay, now they're all fine. That's how many inserters were stuck. And you couldn't tell they were stuck. They had the right filter on them. But they don't move until they're cleared. There's one that's stuck. That one's stuck. That one's stuck. Now they're all working. Oh, that didn't help at all until I do this. Then we can clear. Now we're in business. So a little bit of my anger and not anger, a little bit of frustration and annoyance was misplaced. Only because I get focused and stuck on the fact that that first slot of the box is always going to be glitchy. But there we go. So inserters are cleared. They're doing what they're supposed to. And the line is staying happy as well. Look at all the pretty blue flashing lights that were not flashing before. That's happy days. Oh, I didn't get to see. I heard the alert, but I didn't see it because I was looking in the wrong place. I was looking in my game thinking, okay, there's supposed to be an alert showing up, and it doesn't show up in the game. I caught it on the... I looked on the stream at the last second, and it went away, but I don't know who did the clap alert. See if I can tell. We got an ad about ready to start too anyway. Wow, has it been an hour since the last one already? Yay! Thank you for the bits too. I know. If I know this Sunday has gone by so fast, so fast. Oh, you know what? Something is not working. My last subscriber did not show up in the up here, and my subscriber, by the way, the first 10 subscribers become what are known as founders. So the first 10 subscribers will get a special flag emote on their name that says first. So that means first founder. That was GFA Undead that subscribed, a tier 1 subscribed, and it has not shown up. And it's been, when was that? 2 days ago. 2 days ago. So the followers are showing up. Bacon Queen is showing there. And it's the exact same code for subscribers, but it's not showing up. And you just cheered 100 bits. Thank you very much for that. And it didn't show up. Okay, we'll be right back after the ad. All right, and that should be the end of the ads for another hour. All right. Well, we've just about finished up this bad boy. At least we've identified several problems, and one of them is that I don't check the what's stuck in the inserters often enough. Those are all good. And I might as well just go ahead and paste the rest of these since we're right here at the end, and then clear the inserters and then fill the boxes. Welcome back. I beat you. Alright, that clears all of those. There we go. But we won't have a problem with these because they were already set. Oh, is it? I thought that if you used bits, it was, it's considered a cheer. I had that wrong in my head. I'm still getting used to the way Twitch does things. Alright, those are moving along much better now, the way they're supposed to. And you see how fast they fill up now. Just got to be careful because as these machines go... Oh, thank you very much for the sub. Awesome deal. You are a founder. 100% guaranteed founder. Thank you very much for that. And I saw the alert that time. Yeah, that is Pog. You won't see any more commercials now. Which is a good thing. But you also should have a pile of emotes now. There we go. Yeah, I know. And you know what will shock me is if GFA now shows up sometime later today or tomorrow and yours is still not. The code is exactly the same. So that's actually part of an overlay called last cheer, last donation, last subscriber, and last follower. They're exactly the same except for one says follower and the other one says subscriber and so on. So I don't know what that's about, but it's annoying the crap out of me. You didn't hear the sound alert. Well, that's interesting. Alright, hang tight a second. Tell me if you hear these. Hold on. That's interesting. I wonder why. Oops, sorry. Streamlabs bot is definitely in the channel. Oh, I bet I know why. No, that's not it. Anything now? That is so weird because Streamlabs bot is definitely there in chat. And volume on that was turned all the way up. No, so the music is a browser source. The game is a audio source for the game. All right, tell you what, this is gonna be weird. Let me do this. You're probably going to hear an echo, though, for the stream music. Is there an echo now? All right. Well, I just turned on desktop audio, but the desktop audio is only for my streaming machine. I'm playing sound alerts from my laptop, which is not connected to my streaming machine. Alerts come from Streamlabs when they happen. So let's test it again and see if you hear the alert. Well, that's interesting because the desktop audio is on my PC, my desktop PC. And it seems to carry, whenever I turn on desktop audio, it seems to play everything. So even though I've got a separate source for the music stream, a separate source for the game audio, as soon as I turn on desktop audio, they also feed through to that one. So everything except the mic, no matter what's playing and where, gets fed through desktop audio, which creates an echo. And the desktop audio is not split so that I can adjust the volume for game sound, adjust the volume for music stream or anything, because if you adjust the desktop audio, it adjusts the audio for everything, which is why that was off, and I have separate audio streams. So Oh my goodness. All right, so let's try. So you should have heard the little chimey bells because I haven't set up a great subscription sound for that. Did you hear the chimey bells? That worked? Doggone it. All right. Yeah, okay. Well, that's all because of the desktop audio is turned on in OBS on my streaming machine. And I'm testing all of those from my laptop through the streamlabs.com website. All right, tell me something. Just tell me something else real quick. I'm just going to mute the separate audio stream for the music, and you tell me if you still hear the music. All right, I muted it right now. So you shouldn't be able to hear music unless it's being rerouted through desktop audio as well. Yes, exactly. And now I've turned it back on. And it's not an echo like a double playing up the stream, is it? It got louder, right, because it's going through two different sources now. Oh, that's frustrating. Hate the way these are set up. I don't want all of the sounds going through one source, which is the desktop audio. Unfortunately, that's where all of the alert sounds are going, unless I can figure out how to separate those, which I don't know how because they come from Streamlabs and I can't. Other source, display capture, game capture, image, media source. VLC video capture, window capture, browser. Yeah, there is nothing separate for Streamlabs alerts that I can set up in OBS. They come straight from the OBS or straight from Streamlabs. So I guess that's considered desktop audio. Well, I'm not going to screw with that right now. That's really annoying, but I'll fix it. This is fixed. There aren't any quantum chips because there weren't any plane filters before. So we'll go ahead and get that sparked back up, which is going to be pointless because, oh, there should be plane filters now. So we'll go double check that and make sure. Plane filters is now. And the drones are going to get them, so it must be okay. Oops. Yeah, now that we've got Casimir, finally. What a pain in the tuchus. All because of one little thing. Yeah, man. Yes, I do. Smelting on the wherever I pull ore out of, doesn't matter what planet it's on, I smelt it right there. Because there's no sense in shipping ore and shipping ingots when ore only gets turned into ingots. So I just ship ingots and save the warpers. That's going to be fine. Stacks of 200, or no, stacks of 100. That's going to be fine. Yeah. One every 12 seconds. One every 6 seconds. Yeah, that's going to be one every 6 seconds. That should be fine. Per machine, so that's 2 every 6 seconds coming down the line. Two every 6 seconds. And those are 36 per second. Yep. Alright. Should be safe this way. Unless the machines need filling up, which they shouldn't be. The machines, yeah, they'll need filling up. What's the stack count on those? They're only going to go up to 3. Okay. That's a heck of a lot better than 24. Yeah, those lights are not blinky, so we're good. We are now. I was just thinking, I have a very, I'll have to change that, a very less than enthusiastic subscription sound bite. Fireworks are fine, but bleak bleak is not. So I imagine your lava planet is chock full of silicon and titanium. Oh yeah, good resources. Yeah, definitely tap into that. That's a planet that should be high power demand 24/7. $45 million. That is great. That's pretty impressive. You haven't been playing this game very long, have you? Yeah. That's what I thought. It's only been a short few weeks. Yep. That's excellent. You have hugely increased your production. I'm glad I was able to help with that. People get so frustrated so easily over this game because it can be challenging in ways it should not be challenging. Excellent. And if we were working for actual bosses, we'd have a raise. 20 per minute produced and 21 consumed. Yeah, so needs a little bit of buffer there. A couple more smelters would probably do it. Just as long as you're producing more than you're consuming. And don't forget, iron has got 20 recipes, so you know what? Tap the heck out of them. That's much better. Yes, indeed. That should be a should be a screensaver. But you know what? A real-time screensaver. If only we could close the game and the game still continued to do that. But that's a whole other dynamic might not want to mess with. If this game actually still worked after we closed the game because it was running on a server, oh my god. Well, imagine the expense in that for the devs. Yeah, and imagine us coming back to the game and having power outages everywhere. Or, in my case, factories that stopped working because I forgot to clear a filter. Or, yeah, clear the filter on a sorter. Yeah, don't leave the game idle, that's for sure. Oh my god. In the beginning, Oops. In the beginning, I had done that because I was still trying to figure out how I was going to balance some gameplay time with adulting. And yeah, that was a huge mistake. I only did that probably about a week, where I left the game because I thought if I leave the game running, I'll be able to produce a lot more ore and blah, blah, blah. And it took about a week, which is probably longer than it would take most human beings to figure out that that was the wrong answer. And science is going to be intermittent. That's actually, science is designed that way until you get to the point where you're spamming blueprints of labs down on planets. But that only works if all of this stuff is working properly. Because all of this stuff, well, a good majority of it goes into your science. So, you know, you're talking foils, circuit boards, graphite, hydrogen, you know, all these things, diamond and titanium crystal, processor broadband, quantum chips especially. So quantum chips has a lot that goes into it. And then of course the white science. So yeah, you have to have a lot of pre-manufactured stuff to keep science from being intermittent, because all you're doing on science is, oh, what am I doing scrolling away, is this number right here is how many universe metrics gets uploaded. So if you want to keep that going no matter what speed, whether it's very slow or very high, well then you have less labs set up for the white science to go into to upload it to Centerbrain. And that way it keeps it going all the time. But that also requires you hitting research buttons all the time. So yeah, so you've increased that one exponentially. But that definitely takes a lot of hitting the button just to keep the labs going. Alright, now we should be able to finally address our quantum chips as the plane filters come back online after the Casimir shortage, which was a shortage of the other products. Which seem to have all now balanced out. Alright, quantum chips are going now, and they also have plane filters, so... And how are they possibly still going when they've got processors in the way? Oh, because they were blocked from before. That's why. Now they'll stay. Yeah, that's 2 and 2. I have 3 setups from the Dutch actuator that literally just takes the 2 items for red, yellow, blue, and purple science and makes cubes, and I've filled in the rest as I've gone along. Cool. Yep, indeed. Alright, so now it seems like we are comfortably under control here after that huge mess up by me. And look, now our graphing is just about balanced out. It's only a difference of about 4 or 5 a minute. All right. We don't worry about the ores, the ingots, because those are coming from mining planets. Same with graphite. Glass could step up just a tad bit more. As well, titanium glass, because glass goes into titanium glass. So what we'll do is mark that, because I think the first step is just to extend the glass out just a little bit further, and that'll take care of that. Otherwise, all these other numbers are looking good. Graphene is also a matter of 4 or 5 per minute, which that's pretty typical. Asmir is definitely going to be shorted, but now that we've got that under control, we've got a lot more machines on that are not idle. So I see 2, 3, 4. Oh, well, that's on that side. This side we could unidle them, and that should make a difference. So let's try something. Since hydrogen supply is not going to be an issue, can we? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. So, actually, that's why it's contaminated. That's why it's contaminated. I don't reckon there's a way I can fix that contamination. Oh, yes, I can, but not right there. Not going to be able to put that there, though. Won't be able to get blue fluid to it. Or maybe I could. It's at the same level. Dang it. What if I went down? Down, down, down. No, I can't get past the corner of that. Yeah, green is going to be like that. It's going to take quite a bit to extend out green science. I can't proliferate that anywhere. So none of these machines are actually double timing, because as long as there is one item without proliferation, none of the proliferation, say it's only 22.5 a minute. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to take that out of there. And we're also going to take that out of there. Huge mistake, so I better hurry up. Throw a splitter on it. And get it back in there. And right back out. Then can do the proliferated feed. Over to this line. That's not 120 a second. That's now down to 60 a second, but that's okay. But it's proliferated now. Now we're up to 45 a minute instead of 22 and a half. Copper ore at 10K. Very cool. Let's see, what's my... Alright, so my production plant, my factory, no, all mining system. So the all mining system, what are we up to? Silicon is going like crazy. The other two are resting. Coal is going to town, trying to catch up. Yeah, 1 minute won't work because iron's off. So iron doesn't even show up on the 1 minute. But yeah, 6K for the silicon. Yeah, see, iron's off up here. Let's take a look and see what the all-time is. Believe it or not, silicon has surpassed iron, which is crazy because that's 20 recipes. Silicon is only 7 recipes. And I've made double the amount of, well, not double, but I mean, I've made 300,000 more of the silicon that I have with the iron. Go figure. Alright, so since we did that with this line, let's go ahead and get some proliferation going down the other line. Let's make sure, yeah, hydrogen's keeping up just fine. Alright, so we'll get rid of that one and that one. We will throw in a splitter and we'll put it back in, go there, and then we will take this. Actually, since we're up, let's take it and go this direction. And then back down to the ground. Should be able to sneak it past. Can't go that way, I need to go this way. And we'll just go to the top of those guys and over here. And we'll match it up down to then let's see what that does. Oh look, the yellow dots went away. Not getting any hydrogen down here though. Yeah, PLS number 4. How about that? So that must have been one of your first planets that you visited after leaving your home planet. Yes, that's usually the case. Your first PLSs and your first ILSs are usually right within your home system or very close by to a star that you were able to sail to at a painfully slow pace to pick up either titanium or silicon or fire ice or something like that. Before we had warpers or even a decent sail speed technology and upgraded. Oh man, you can't beat that. Dual satellites around the gas giant. Can't beat that. Well, yeah, you could beat it. You could beat it if it was a gas giant, because that's deuterium and hydrogen on the same giant. So dual planets, gas giant, way better than dual planets, ice giant. There's a lot of people use fire ice right off the bat for power, so a lot of people actually prefer an ice planet spawning for their homeworld. I don't know why. I prefer the Dude. You do prefer ice giant? Ah, for graphene and hydrogen, yep. Yep. Yes, indeed. Turn it into Dude and Casimir. Speaking of, look what we did to the optical grating. So we added the hydrogen to satisfy more machines, and we obviously can't feed more than 120 per second. Actually, we could. We're only feeding 120 per second, but the line only stops periodically. But we've only got 108 per second going down the line. What are we gobbling up? 8 times 2 is 16 per machine. 16 and 32. 32, 64... 96. At that rate, with double production on the assemblers, we're only going to be able to satisfy, well, here we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Once again, 14 machines. 15, 16, 17, 18. Three, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18 machines. So we've got far too many machines on this line, and that's why I'm having so much problem with it. Just can't feed it fast enough. I mean, I could if I had more boxes, but, you know, 50 stacks of optical grating and 20 per stack for hydrogen, plus belts. That's not going to keep it. Look at those blue lights going. Now we could maybe turn these. We can turn these on, but that's gonna pull down optical like crazy. So it would not be smart to drag that belt out to give it hydrogen, which it's lacking, because there's optical grating in there right now, and that will pull the optical grating down to nothing. I mean, it is nothing at the front, but the line's too long. It's one of those recipes. Oh, you got traffic monitor alerts. Yeah, how nice to have those gone. I bet you had to turn the sound off of those. Indeed. I wonder what this button does. Oh, that's what it does. Yikes. Okay, we'll leave that off. We don't want to scare people away from the stream. Yeah, I don't blame you. That sound, Ilticine! Oh my god. Yeah, I know. Was that scary or what? That's worse than a jump scare. Swear to God. Oops, what am I doing? I'm doing this. Yeah, unfortunately, so did everybody just then, so yeah. Woo! Hey, Streamlabs. What the? Oh yeah, it worked. Okay, there it goes. I wonder why Dyson Sphere program didn't come up as a underlined link like your Twitch channel did, Ilt. Isn't Dyson Sphere program supposed to be highlighted so people could click on the program and Steam pops up or something? For people to find that game? No, it never did? I might have imagined that. For some reason I imagined that the name of the game was also a hot link. Huh. Oh, maybe that's what somebody did. Maybe that's why I saw that. Oh, yours, yeah, okay, so, yeah, if you're using Streamlabs or OBS, you can put in brackets. Hang on, I'll tell you exactly what it is. It is since that does come from Streamlabs, that will be in your commands when you do your, obviously, when you do your shout out. And you know the curly brackets, not just the regular parentheses, but the curly brackets, you just put in target.name. And whoever you type in, when you shout out whoever you're typing in, the target.name will pull your name up and put it into the shout out. And then, of course, target.url pulls up their Twitch, which in your case was twitchtv.ilticine. Yes, indeed. Actually, it's it'll be 9 trillion, 500 billion, 50 million, or 50,000 and 51 things you can do. You're probably still missing one. Yeah, we just discovered something that I don't like about OBS, that I wish I could do something about, but I can't, and it's just is going to have to be the way it is. The desktop audio is the only one so far that plays the alert sounds, so I have to have it on, and my music source, of course, is a browser source. And it wouldn't matter if it was coming from an app or a browser source. I've got its audio on a separate channel. I can't stop it from playing through desktop audio. So just because the alerts come through desktop audio, I have to have it on, and everything else gets funneled through desktop audio except my mic. So all other sounds, game sounds, music stream. Yeah, I've got it split off, but if I turn off desktop audio, because I've got it split off, like for instance, There, I just turned off the desktop audio. And the separate source is split off, so the game sounds are split off, the music is split off. But now that the desktop audio is turned off, you don't hear any alerts from Streamlabs. And I've been through the OBS software, and there's no way to split off the alert sound, the little like that one. So anyway, I have to have desktop audio on in order for alert sounds to come through, and it really sucks that way. Because desktop audio, yeah, you heard the last half of it because I turned it back on halfway through it. But that's what sucks about it. With desktop audio on, everything else gets piped through desktop audio also, even though it's split off into their separate audio tracks. So if I find that there is a way to block the separate sources from also being channeled into desktop audio, I will definitely block it. You have your desktop audio off and all your alerts still play. If that's the case, I'm doing something wrong that I really hope somebody can give me the details on, because I need to fix that. Oh. Turn the alert box into an audio source. Dude, that is so it. That is so it. So that would be, what is that called? Browser alerts, yes. Control audio via OBS. Oh my God. All right, let's try something. I'm going to turn off the desktop. Oop. I'm going to turn off the desktop audio. And you tell me if you hear the alert. And I'm just going to do the same one, the follow alert. And you tell me if you hear it. I don't hear it. So you guys can hear it, but I cannot. That's interesting. Okay, one more quick look. I'm not going to play it again, but I'm just going to take a quick look. If I can tell it to play through headphones. I mean, I saw the volume meter working, and you guys heard it, but I didn't hear a sound. Ah, righto, monitor and output. Yep, I got it, because it was set to off. Okay, excellent. All right, so browser alerts. Yeah, I should be able to hear that now. Let's just do something mundane like well, that didn't play at all. Oh, I did hear it, but very faintly. It was real faint, and it's because, hold on. Let's try that again. Okay, I heard the bring little chimes. Did you hear that? Yep, okay, it's because the volume was turned down on that. All right. So there we go. All right, monitored. I'll have to remember that. Yay! Iltacine, you are the winner, buddy. You are the... Where's your VIP badge? How come you're not wearing your VIP badge, mister? Oh, it doesn't show up in Restream chat. That's interesting. It just shows that you're in Twitch. I gotcha. Yep. And Zombie, your founder subscription badge is visible as well in Twitch. They don't show up in Restream or YouTube, unfortunately, in those chats. That sucks. Why don't you guys be able to wear those badges everywhere? Even going to the grocery store. Anyway, wow. How to reward Iltacine for such excellent technical assistance. How are we going to do that? Let's do this. Excellent. Yeah. So I'm glad somebody knows that kind of stuff. I'm really glad one of my friends knows that kind of stuff. Come on. I hate spinny wheels. Okay, anyway. Right. So even though Casimir is going at a painfully slow rate, it is still satisfying our plane filters. And satisfying... Yep, plane filters is right on up there, so that means our Q chips are satisfied, and everything is looking finally. Should be looking okay. Okay, Il, thanks very much for stopping by. Thanks very much for the help indeed. Hope to catch you next time. Have a great stream next time you're on, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. Cheers, mate. Yeah, they come in very handy on the chemical plants, that's for sure. The only thing is you have to skip, well, you get empty boxes. Not having a not empty boxes. You get boxes in between the chem labs that nothing gets pulled from, but that's all right. And then they'll line up properly. So it's every other box that chem labs will pull from. Why is that taking so long? Well, that should have worked. Okay. Alright. Yay, on this planet. So, we know this line has to be much shorter. There's no two ways about that. Too many idle machines. It's too much to push all that product down that line. It's just one of those recipes. So anyway, it doesn't look like we have any clogs on the inputs of any of these lines. Yes, we do. Right there. Hang on. Oh, no, that's not a clog. That's working exactly like it's supposed to. So in this is the only unusual situation I've got. I'm actually feeding the graphene right to the top and skipping the bottom. So sulfuric goes in the bottom too and goes on over. Separate stack, graphene goes across the top. They can still contaminate, but this was working better. So that one's fine. And oh, and I did just a little can't see it real good, but I just did a little output input platform for the graphene. It's not sulfuric on there, it's from the icons from down below. But output graphene onto a belt straight on over to the input, because it was too close to put belts in there, because this stack was the afterthought. So anyway, yep, that solved that little issue. But anyway, so now that we've got those all done, we should be getting... Oh, we should dump that hydrogen. Everything is... Well, we can put it there. Chock full. Hydrogen's coming on over. Got 4,000 in the air at the same time. Should probably put that up to 100. And we'll put this up to 120. It should help with drones. Wow. And vessels. That put enough vessels in the air to bring 17,000 over. 15,000. Because it's got enough power now. Oh, still not enough power. Let's go 144. That's a little better. That sent most of the vessels on the way. We could probably pump that up to 180. I mean, we are running artificial stars here. It's not like it's going to be a drain. Alright. That should also keep the optical grading crystals in transit nicely. Okay. let's head over to science now that we've got this knocked in the head and all the factories are behaving. Oh, I did, you know what? I did the same thing with the oil. So sulfuric acid and oil both. I put a platform at the top for the plastic. Hold on. Yeah. So I'm doing plastic two different ways. No, I'm not. There's only one recipe for plastic. Yeah. Oh, it's doing the what? I'm actually making that? That's gonna end. That's gonna end real fast. I probably did it to eat up oil. Because I was in overproduction on the home planet so badly. Anyway. That's all good. Yay. These are good. That's good. Glass. We were looking at titanium glass. I think our titanium glass was underpowered, spastically underpowered. Let's get onto our local planet and back to our 10 minutes. Pretty sure our titanium glass was... No, it was for a little bit underpowered, but no, I reckon it's doing fine. Same with glass. It was underpowered for a minute there, but I think it's fine now. Yeah, back here it was. Or actually all through this section right here it was probably underpowered. Alright, we're good now. We're happy. Yay! And just checking the other lines. Good, 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 good. Oh yeah, we didn't finish clearing this. We could finish clearing this now. Definitely don't have a problem with it. I forgot that we only went halfway through this one and went over to the quantum ships issue. And believe it or not, Green Motor's still caught up because, you know, Green Motors were in demand over on oh well, son of a gun, really? Why do you keep letting processors in the way? Alright, we'll come back to that. Why do you keep letting processors in? Unbelievable. $750 per minute. That's the way. Especially for nanotubes. Zoiks. $20. Is that single row or double? Yep, that's what I do too. I just go mine the spinny-mite. I call it spinny-mite. Spiniform stalactite or stalagmite or something like that. Spinny-mite. 10 on each? Excellent. That's a good beefy chem lab setup. I don't see an issue with plane filter's getting pulled down for any reason. Yeah. Let's see, how many we got? 2, 4, 6, 8. Basically 10 machines going. Look at that, 4 at the back and 2 at the, 8 at the back and 2 at the front. Oh, there's 10 right there. So that's 12, 14. That's 16. That's 16 machines pulling down. As you can see, the plane filters are filling up, but I can't understand why it's not pulling down now. It's staying right at 400. Maybe it was just because we had a shortage of the plane filters that quick little bit. I reckon that's what it is. Part of the cascading effect. Now we got 18 machines making Q-chips. We should have 20 turned on here in just a few seconds. And there it goes. Now I got 20 on. And when that fills up to 400, then we'll have 22 machines pulling. There's 400. Now this machine should start coming on. It did. Alright, so they're slowly up to 2,000, 2,100 Q-chips already. What is this pulling down to? Still 400, so that's fine. It had to have been the part of that cascade effect. Alright, everything looks peachy keen. Now let's just finish off our foils and call it done. So we'll grab that, turn that off, get out of the way. Boy, this has been just a fun little project to get these tweaks down, because after this it's going to be a blueprint and stamp situation. At least for manufacturing. And the nice thing about this, the one thing I really love about blueprints, is I can literally blueprint the whole planet and plop it down on one of the other planets. Yes, it will. That's one of the things I did early on, was I got to the point where I could get enough 40 orbitals in my pocket and flew off to the first gas giant I could get, which got hydrogen and deuterium going. And Then I immediately went back to adding more to the setup for producing orbitals. And I got enough to wrap about 5 or 6 gas giants with orbitals, and then I just left it. Right? And that's where I've been ever since. So I could literally, if I wanted to right now, is I could go grab some orbitals and go gas giant hunting and just start wrapping them with 40 orbitals. I mean, I've got enough. I've got 20 in the pocket, but there's also sitting on the home planet waiting 100 at a time. And that's the way to go. Go wrap as many gas giants as you can with your orbitals and forget about them, because they'll always be producing. Well, they'll be produced as long as you need them. That's a pretty good rate for hydrogen, 1 per second. That's a real good rate. Yeah, dual gas giant systems. They do exist. I like the ones with dual satellites around each gas giant. That little boy is a gas giant. I need to figure out how to harness his output. So I can burn methane or something for electricity. Peanut is a gas giant. We had a dog when I was growing up. We had a dog that was a gas giant. Oh my God. And that dog was the master of SBDs. Silent but deadly. Holy moly. Snuggle right up to you, rubbing his belly, and there was this sudden, overpowering, no oxygen in the air at all. And it was like, not a sound. It was just suddenly there. Like, oh my God. Took us a while to figure out to stop blaming Dad, and it turned out to be the dog. Yeah, no doubt. Oh, trapped. No way out. Too funny. Teach them a lesson, that's right. Take that and try and get away. Oh man. It'd be fun to do on a wife, but that could end badly. That could end you up on the couch or even divorced. Hold the covers over and let it go. I wonder if that could be actually used as grounds for divorce or cruel and unusual punishment or something like that, you know, spouse abuse. Yeah, that'd be interesting. If that's ever showed up in somebody's court, and whether people actually held back the laughter or just burst out laughing. All right, this is about to be a done deal. One more. That is done. Oh man. Yeah, you ever walk into an elevator like that and suddenly everybody's running out and you go in and it hits you in the face? Somebody got away with it, or didn't get away with it. Maybe you got tagged or something, but yeah. You're the culprit? If it's an SBD, there's no way to know. Oh, too funny. Yes, indeed. Hey, guess what? Look at that. Optical grading is actually catching up. It was back here, so we've got about 4 stacks that have filled up. That's actually catching up, which means that the hydrogen will eventually catch up as well. Alright, and plane filters over there are staying in business. That's good. Alright, I reckon we can call this done. We won't have to check on this planet for a while now. It's we've tuned it pretty well. And the microcrystalline's doing fine. Motors are doing fine. Okay, yay. We're going to call that done, and we're going to go visit, and we're going to let it run for a couple days, I'm sure, like that. Not the game, but, you know, we're not going to mess with it. 22K hydrogen coming off it, and 1,200 dupe. That's right. That's the way. That's the way. Well done, mate. Well done. This is another reason why I didn't do the autopilot mod. You see this little, you got an ETA and you got a bias, yaw, and pitch underneath here. So if, and you can see it changes, the bias changes depending on where you're looking. So I try and get that as close to 0 as possible. That's my actual aim point, is when the bias says 0. So what that bias is about is compensating about the orbital path that it's taking before I hit warp. And you can change that while you're aiming for your planet. And nope, well, I just messed that one up. But anyway, you can change it and it will aim at your planet that you're actually headed for. To within, there you go, 200 or 300 AU. Blah, blah, boom. Yes, compensates for the orbital path and whatnot. Yep, that's what the autopilot does. So you're always, with autopilot, you're dead on center. Nice. Alright, let's come over here. Not sure why. Oh yeah, I was mining this planet originally because of it's one of my inner planets for my home system. So that's why the science has been taking so long. I've only got one tower working, and I almost guarantee you I know why that is. It's not because of these guys. These guys are all doing what they're supposed to. It's the antimatter. The robots, or the bots, just can't get it delivered. Can't get it delivered. right here to where it belongs. It's too far away from the actual distribution, which is way over here. They're going to some. This one. But you can see none of these have antimatter in them like they're supposed to. Well, early on, I mean, you're at 200 hours, you probably won't. You probably will now, but I mean, it's hard to get a vast science setup early on. So each of these guys are full up, but right there. But it's too far for the bots to travel quickly. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a little bit of change. Autosaves can be really annoying sometimes. We're going to do a little bit of a change because this row, again, the bots are not delivering the antimatter to these boxes. Since we've got two distributors, and it's proliferating into both of them, so what we'll do is we'll just run a T. Oh, close quarters. I should change God mode into third person or something. Or third person, whatever it is. First person. Those guys are full up. So I can run this. No, it's not going to let me go that way. Got to make some room here. So I guess what we'll do, just to make this as snappy as possible, we'll take that. Don't need the belt. That's fine. And what do we got? 3, 6, 7, 8. So right between those two, we'll rotate it just about like that. And we'll put those in there. Obviously, we'll have to move the, actually, that doesn't even have to be there. Jeez. All right. That's going to be right about there. Yep, all right. And for right now, we'll take all of those, put them in here for distribution. Distribute, yep. Okay. And then we can get rid of that because those are all going to be proliferated. And we will throw a splitter down right there. Pipe those directly in and directly out. Then we'll do the same thing over here. What do you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here as well. So right at about the fourth one, 1, 2, 3, 4. We will throw down that same right about there. And we won't need that. And that will give the bots a shorter distance. Yeah, we'll go up over just in case. Who knows why. Don't block the ports if we don't have to, right? Oh, and put the rest of our, boom. Put the rest of those in. Those guys are fine. Now we don't need this one. We may later, but now we've got room. Now we've got room to send proliferated out to all of those. The bots have got a lot shorter distance to travel, so four rows of labs each direction. All right. Got lots of spare, so we can go ahead and fill up those lacking boxes. Might as well put some extras in there because it's got to fill up the towers. There we go. So we'll put in enough to fill up the towers. Yeah. Yeah, I've got full research for the bots. What were you meaning by the full research for the bots? I've got plenty of bots up here. Oh, travel distance. Yes, I do. It's not the distance that they could travel. It's not the fact that it was too far. The farther they go, the longer it takes them to get there. It's the speed. Yes. So if it takes them too long to get there, then my slot depletes because it's only 20. My slot would deplete before it got a chance for another bot to fill it up. So, and it looks like this one just experienced that exact same problem. So, it's about keeping those boxes full long enough to get the towers filled, and then it's only a matter of keeping pace with on demand. And they should never get down below 4. There we go. See, that one's stabilized now. So now it'll use some up, and there's plenty of time for a bot there to get it to stabilize it. So it got down to 8, 7, 4. No, it's not going to make it in time still. That one's getting down to 5-ish. That one's fine. Should be. Doesn't look like it's hitting lower than 5 or 6. That's fine. This one's already ready. This one might be too far away still, amazingly. Well, we can solve that. Yeah, it's all about travel distance, you know. So now that I've split these off, it's just so much easier to plop a few down. Could line it up if I was smart. I mean, there is a reason why I carry a buttload of bots and stuff in my pocket. This will work. I mean, bots are okay. It's just that when you got a stack of 15 labs that pull, what is it, 4 each? Yeah, 4 each. Wait a minute, is it? Oh, it's 1 each. So when you got 15 labs going, that's literally 15 a second. I mean, how fast do they go? One every 15 seconds? Alright, if it's one every 15 seconds, and it's 15 labs tall, that's 15 every 15 seconds, so that's 1 a second. So it should never deplete. Where's my, didn't I connect that up properly? No, missed it somehow. Oh, port is occupied. Missed it by a hair. Hey, come on out. We're not going in or coming out. Oh, it didn't go in all the way, that's why. There it goes. Oh, that'll make a difference. Jeez, Rocket. I'm telling you, I can be a derp. Probably am a derp first before anything else. That'll keep it satisfied. Easily. It'll keep all of those right there. Perfectly satisfied. Alright, purple, yes. Green, yes. Oh, yeah, sorry, zombie. Wasn't watching. I was focused on my idiot self. Thanks for visiting, as always. Truly appreciate it. Thank you very much for the sub as well. And being a founder, which you are now. And anytime, you know, That's what I'm here for. Experimentation, help, sorting things out, you name it. You're welcome. Welcome to pick my brain as often as you like on anything that you need help with. And look forward to seeing you next time. Indeed, you helped me on quite a few things, actually, that is going to change the way that I do my build for the boxes, especially that lower level one, like with the rings, closing off that one really helped quite a bit. And yeah, that's what it's all about, you know. We play the game, we help each other out. And that's what community is about. We always help each other out because, you know, we all play a little differently, got a little different style and whatnot. We've all got different brains, so we figure things out and see things from different angles. And that's what I really enjoy about community. All right, that looks like it's all stabilizing much more proper now. Much more better. Yeah, way better. Way better. Ah, snuck in on me. Grab a few more of these. Look at all these 18s. Look at all of these 18s that are supposed to be 20. That's a pretty annoying system glitch. Pretty annoying. Every one of those slots should automatically fill up to their max. They're available, they're sitting on the belt. Every one of them should be in there. Do not like that at all. They will if I manually let them go in, that's for sure. This might be a signal issue. So as the labs use up the antimatter, and that allows the inserter to pull the antimatter in, that's when the signal is sent to the bot to bring more over. So there's a little bit of a digital delay between antimatter going in and triggering the signal for the bot to retrieve more for that slot. That might be an issue. It's not huge. That might be the issue. There's only, okay, so the labs are filling up 4 per. So that's 60 going in immediately to fill up the lab, and then it's 1 per second after that. That's why those are disappearing so quickly right off the bat. All right, so let's help out this other line as well. So since it's stopped, yeah, of course it is. So we really don't need that right in the middle. And we can just throw this down right about there. Get rid of that. And from in there, there. Fills up immediately. Throw another one down right here after we delete that one. Like that. Without that. Perfect. All right. And of course, that will grab 60 right off the bat. And it should keep up just fine. Yep, and it's doing fine. Alright, so we will put some in there, 2, 4, 6. That should keep that one happy. Actually, that was one too many. That should be stable now. And looks like they're all stable now. So we'll put good. Oh, why didn't that get any? Doggone it. There it goes. Geez, that's annoying. It always looks like it went in. Quite fine. Yep, more than enough. And 1, 2, 3. That's 60 to fill the labs. Plus the initial 20. That should keep it nice and healthy. And they're all staying on, so that's all working out fabulous. Yeah, that's stable. We don't have enough there, so let's just grab a few more. One, two, three. That should be fine. Two, three, and throw in that extra 5. And then last but not least, and 1, 2, 3. That's enough to fill every one of the labs up with their initial stack of 4. Which it has done. And all the sciences are back on. Beautiful. Look at all of that multicolored goodness going on. All right, we got an ad starting in about 30 seconds or thereabouts for the majority of you that are not subscribers. So while that ad runs, which is only once an hour, we'll knock out those 3 minutes on a Be Right Back, and we'll get bio break, stretched, hydrated, caffeinated, and all that good stuff. See you in a few.
what I like. Laying on the beach with sunlight in my eyes, laughing with my friends under the sky, following our hearts, so then we take a ride wherever. Always try to let my spirit fly, fly away. That's the only way to get that high, high away.
Okay, that should take care of the refreshments and stretching and the ads. So anybody that's not a follower of the subscriber to the channel or a subscriber to Twitch or Amazon Prime, you won't see any ads for another hour. So, in case anybody missed it, the way I am running those pre-roll and mid-roll breaks is quite simply, there's a 10-minute pre-stream setup where I tweak everything, make sure everything's running properly. So I start the stream, and then there's 10 minutes until the stream is actually when the fun starts. During that 10 minutes, there's going to be a 3-minute pre-roll and mid-roll ad break during that 10 minutes waiting for the stream to start. And that will take care of any ads for the very first hour of the stream where nobody will see ads. And then it's every hour after that. So since I take a bio, stretch, and hydrate break every hour, those ads can run while we're on Be Right Back. And that's the least amount of interruption to a game stream that I can think of. So that's the way we roll. Alright, now science looks like it is, again, functioning the way it's supposed to be. No, hang on, we got a few that still aren't getting enough, for some reason, are not getting enough. And we've got plenty. Just aren't getting enough bots delivering antimatter. And it's all because it's only 20 per stack. That's hated. We'll just we'll watch that one to see what's happening. See what's happening. It's only 15 labs in the tower. And they're only pulling 1 per second. And there's no way that all 15 would pull at the same time. That gives the bots plenty of time to resupply. Unless those bots are going somewhere else, I don't know. There's only 2 boxes here for them to deliver to. And all 10 of the bots are here right now. So I don't know what triggers a bot to go get a stack. I hope it's not waiting till the slot is empty to go get a stack, because it's not even going when that happens. I'll bet that's what it is. Alright, so we might need to tweak this a tad. No, because if the second, even if I open up another slot, yeah, see, the other tower's already empty. All right, we're gonna experiment here. That's what it's all about. Experimentation. So let's open this up to 4. And look at that. They got delivered right away. But we're going to try something here. We're going to open up 2 slots, 4. Oh, wow. Completely did that backwards. How rude of me. Sorry about that. We're back and unmuted now. Thanks for hanging with me for the break. And what I was saying during the break was just a refresher on the fact that we don't see ads any more than once per hour. So the way I have that set up is the ads roll for the very first time, pre-roll and the first mid-roll, happening during the first 10 minutes of me going live. So I've got a 10-minute timer on there. I'm setting up and checking sound and screens and scenes and everything during that 10 minutes that I've gone live. And during that 10 minutes, there will be three minutes worth of ads, pre-roll and mid-roll. Then we won't see any for an hour. And that first hour is coinciding with our first Be Right Back for bio and stretch and hydrate and all that stuff. And the pre-roll, or then the mid-roll ads will roll during that BRB, and we don't miss any of the game while we're streaming. So that's the way it will be throughout the entire stream, is we'll be on BRB when those ads show up, and we won't miss anything, and everybody will be stretched and refreshed and bio-braked and all of that. And that's the way we plan to do it from henceforth, because I don't believe in interrupting the game, especially if it's in a game where everybody's watching for something important that's going to happen and they don't want to miss something that's happening. We just don't want to miss. So better to have those ads running during the BRB. Alright, this experiment doesn't look like it's working because the antimatter is getting down to 1 or 0, and the bots still are not leaving the distributor to go get more. And there's no way to set how early for the bots to go, like you can in the PLS and ILS. You can set 10% minimum load. That's what we need to happen. We need the same setting that we have in ILS PLS, where we can lower that down for vessels and drones. Minimum load of drones. We need that for bots as well. Minimum load of bots. It's just getting too close to 0 before a bot either delivers or leaves. So the number of bots in the distributor right now is 10. There's bots delivering them, but they probably won't deliver in time before the slot empties. I mean, periodically. So technically that slot can empty. That's all we're doing, is just trying to prevent that slot from getting empty. And there it goes. And not a single bot has left. And now it's red because bots are delivering and they can't get there. It's the only one. All the other stacks are 200, but antimatter is 20. What a horrible ratio. It's a gas, that's why, because all the gases and all the liquids are 20. That's just wrong. Each distributor can only demand one type of element. So the only way to do that I was thinking maybe a box into yeah, I believe that's going to be the answer. Okay, so let's do this. Oh, it's too close, of course. So let's do this, just to experiment. This box is going to have 4 open slots, and it is going to request. And this one, we are going to take it off of there. We will close this back down to 3. And put that over there. That's a lot better solution. That's a lot better solution. So there will be plenty on hand to filter into here. 20, 40, 60, 80 plus the one in here is 100. I reckon that is our solution. Could make this fit a little tighter. Let's do this. Let's put a little insurance in there for a second. Let's copy this. Really? You're not going to let me see? Alright, we're going to copy that. Yep. Then we will ditch this for a second. And we will paste it back right there. Now, I won't be able to feed the inserter. Get out of there. But we can do something like that. Just like that. And of course we'll put our regular one back in there. Now, that should keep that 20 always at 20. So what we need, what we're going to do, is we're going to set up a box and a box. And we're going to set a distributor on it. And we will run a belt. corner to corner. And we're going to put another box here because we're going to run an inserter like that. And we're also going to copy that and rotate it. Copy it there. Because all we're going to do is blueprint the inserters to make sure they're in the right spot. Could make that look prettier. We could. Hang on. Hang on. We could do this. Oops. Get out of there. Oh, I lost it. Doggone it. Doesn't matter, we'll build it. And we'll build one out and one in. We really don't need that one. It's not as tight as the other one. That could be an issue. Yeah, I reckon that could be an issue. All right, so what we're going to do is back to the original plan. We'll just keep it close enough so that we don't run into space considerations, how much space is being utilized. And we'll just go from one to the other, and one out and one in. Then we'll put our distributor bot on top and call for our antimatter and our maximum. And then we'll put bots in it. And it'll be a requester. Then we'll copy that. We'll blueprint it. So this is going to be antimatter, bot delivery, bot requesting antimatter. And that will be that one. Okay. Now, just to make sure, there we go. All right, so the inserters were all present and accounted for. And so was the belts. So now we won't need to feed the belts full. Yep, get on the ground, I don't care. I will do this. Let's see it. Even before we do that, we'll have to do this. Alright, now we can get our view in here. Thusly. Well, we forgot to do that. All right, now all we need is the filtered inserters. Yep, so we'll copy one of those. purple, green, antimatter. Ta-da. Alright, let's go adjust that blueprint just a tad. So we'll put that down. We'll make sure this box is closed off to 3 before we blueprint it again. That's it. And this box can be actually open not to a full, but we'll go to 5 because that's 60 to fill, 20 more or 40 more after that. And of course we lost our inserters, so hang on. We don't want to lose the inserters as part of the blueprint. So we'll put those guys there. Attach our inserters. That way we don't use those. We could also, let's do that too, just because we can. Oh, that won't work. That won't work because it's going to a lab. Okay, that's fine. So we can copy that. And that one becomes our bot questing. And we'll give it antimatter. There we go. Okay. And we'll collect up those and clean them up in a little bit. So those already look like they're doing just fine. So we will go ahead and get rid of those. And then place our blueprint down if we can get a good view of it. Right there. That's out of line. That sucks. Yeah, I know how fast you did that. Yes, yes, yes. Try that again. That's horribly annoying that you can't swivel around your view. That's in line. Then, of course, that is not needed. And those have got theirs. Those have got theirs. Now we just run the box. And everybody's happy. Maybe our tower needs some antimatter. Nope, no such luck. We might have an abundance of leftover antimatter. Hard to say when we're done. Hard to say. But it looks like it's working, so that's our new setup. So let's go ahead and axe these out of the way, since they're not running anyway. Make sure we're lined up this time, which we are. And then run some belts across. Not belts, inserters. Excellent. That's a far better solution. Now those will never have an issue with the bots delivering there. We might end up having to do that here since this bot collects all. No, you know what? We won't have an issue here because there isn't a single item that's only a stack of 20. And that's what our problem has been, is having a stack of 20. Yeah, we got more than enough here. I can't even. Wish I could. And this is where the issue we might run into, so we're probably going to leave that one alone since we won't be able to sneak it in. Not on this side anyway. I could set it up over here, but then I won't be able to expand that direction. I'm not going to be able to expand this way anyway without doing this again. Alright, that's a different solution we'll have to come up with. But it's fine where it is right now. And let's see what kind of space issues we're going to run into here. So this guy's not on anyway. So that looks like we'll be fine. So I won't be hitting the poles. Thank you, autosave. Gotta love that autosave. And it's only saving every 20 minutes, which means I haven't saved in quite a while because I've seen about 6 autosaves go. There we go. I certainly don't want to lose anything we've been working on. And that has happened. Worked on something for 20 or 30 minutes and got a lot accomplished in that short time, and the autosave did its thing, but I didn't do mine. And we're making a silly amount of those. That's why I'm not worried about saving them. That's working out nicely. Oh, where are you going, Icarus? Home back. Careful. Don't delete that station, charging station. Yeah, that's fine. Go to town. All right. Oh, and did it anyway. Look at that. All because of how that edge shows up right there near the mouse. Oh, well. What a derp. What a derp. Oops, wrong way. Wrong way. There you go. And those coming out. Make sure that we've got one going back in. Okay, so Rocket's been to Derpville a number of times today. Oops, hello. There we go. Now, yeah, that's right. Alright, so purple, green, and antimatter. Alright, what do we, all three are there. All three are there. That's purple. That's green. Purple, green. Oh. Right. Even though it's designated as antimatter, there was purple stuck in the inserter, which I had to pull. That's fine. Alright, which we'll put back in the purple box. That doesn't need to be there. That can go in there. Alright, happy days. Except we're missing one right here. It looks like I gotta fix a broken filter over here too. It looks like a number of them are broken, so get those fixed in just a moment. And then this one will be none until I set the filter. It is a request, it is indeed. 10 bots. Indeed. Did I kill? Yeah, I killed my only distribution bot. Alright, so let's see if we can put our box back up here. It can stay empty, that's fine. Put one up here. Give it distribution. Give it plenty of power. Give it plenty of bots. And look at them go. Zoom. All right. All right, a little bit of fixie-fixie. All right, we're happy with that one. And we just want to make sure there's one of each color available to go out onto the inserters and the proper filters. I believe that will do it on that end. And we'll just switch over here. Refix these guys that I did the same mistake on. So we'll grab a few out of the box, let them repopulate. we go. Just so that this box doesn't run dry when we watch 60 of them disappear to fill up the labs. Alright, happy days. It's only got 4 slots. We're going to do it with 5. Oh. Definitely only want 5 on that. I'll take the rest, thanks. Alright, we'll take all of those. There we go. That was one of those ones. Wow. Come on, give me a view. I wanna... There we go. Yep. So just replacing one of the... any of them that have a double color. They're green or purple doubled up. Perfect. Excellent. Yeah, we'll give those a lot of extra. Doesn't need it, but, you know. Never hurts. It's the only one that doesn't have the new setup, so. Alright. You. You ran out of purple. Ah, and that's why. Because Rocket changed the filter on that. But we'll go ahead and pull those out. Got plenty in there, and we will put 1 stack of you in there. There. And that keeps you happy. And can't really beat that with a stick. That's fine. We'll put the rest of ours in there as well. We will fill up on that. Okay, everybody's happy. Alright, so we've got plenty in buffer. We got plenty of green in buffer, purple. We got plenty in buffer. Everything filled up. That's the way we like it. Let's also take a look in on our batteries. So 2 towers are collecting empties. And as much as I want them to be collecting an even amount of empties from all the planets that are using batteries for power, only one collects the most empties. This one always sets about 4,000. This other one I'm going to guess is somewhere between 1 and 3,000. And sure enough, it's 2,500. So each one is providing 4,000 out to the planets using battery power for power. So it's literally staying in balance. And that's what we want. So it's a little bit of an overstock, but that's okay. We've got more empties showing up because we accidentally created more empties than what's actually in that we created more empties than we needed, and we ended up with more in circulation, which can actually be deleted. And when factories are placed down, if there's not enough batteries already on hand, like the 8,000 we've got on this planet, if there's not enough batteries on hand to deliver, that will be sensed and triggered, and empties will be produced to be charged up to replace those. So there's never the production of new empty batteries is only when new factories are put down. Otherwise, as they're discharged, the empties are sent back here to be recharged, and that stays balanced. Alright, so that's going great, and of course all the batteries are charged by the solar panels. So I've limited them to no less than 30% collecting sunlight from the star. That's why those are cut off right there. So about 65% of the planet is covered in solar panels, collecting free energy charging batteries, which are then distributed to power plants. How much energy? If it weren't for the fact that I didn't cover up some of these ore deposits, and I have that one mining and this one mining, it roughly gives you 8.5 gigawatts. And that's 8.5 gigawatts of free power to be distributed anywhere you like. So you take a look at it, 8.58 gigawatts. And I'm only using just under 2 gigawatts on this planet, so. And that's why this one's the science planet as well as the battery planet. Because I've got plenty of energy to make lots more white science and all the other sciences. So the supply issue, 10,000 blue, 10,000 red, 10,000 yellow, 10,000 purple, 10,000 green, and that's why these machines, these labs are not processing, because they're stocked up. And of course we have all of our ingredients for those sciences present and accounted for and stocked up. And of course this was the very first portion I built before I built this over here. But we got, what, 6 stacks here that can upload white science to center brain, plus 2 plus 4, so we got 10 stacks here, and we've got 16 stacks here, so we got 16 stacks that are capable of uploading to center brain. And these guys should be uploading. They've got white science. Something's not right here. Oh, I know why. No, they got white on the belts there, so white should be going in. We're missing what? Nothing. These produce white. These collect white. They don't have the other colors. That was kind of silly. Look at all that white cube we haven't done. See, I've been derping all over the place. Alright, so these guys have all their colors. Producing white. And then white comes over. Yeah, that's right, because white, they don't need the colors, they just need white. Why is that not? Oh, no matrix research. What? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Same with this one. That's why those stopped. That's a game glitch. No, it's not that. Yeah, it was. Alright, Rocket, you need to get your head in the game because you're just not thinking about this straight. These guys are producing white. So they are using the recipe of antimatter. That white comes up here, be uploaded to center brain. That's correct. Well, of course, none of those are proliferated either, so that kind of sucks. 6,000 in each one that's not proliferated. Those get all the colors in antimatter produce white. The white's sent over here to upload to center brain. Alright, they're going in. What's going on here? They are glitched big time. Every one of them? Oh my god. Really? And it's still saying none. But they're getting used. Well, they were. What is going on here? These ones are making white. That's got the antimatter and all the colors making white. It shows the recipe. These take the white and that's the wrong recipe. That's the correct. Why now? Why does that have to glitch now? Why at almost 3 million uploaded does it now decide to quit? I'm pretty sure there was no update to the game before that happened. And this is going to be research. I mean, this is going to be upload. Oh, we're not doing that. We're not doing matrix. Research. Well, I know there's no research, but they should at least still fill up with, yeah. That's why they're not going. Since we've got room to do that, that's going to be horrible. You can't proliferate. I mean, you can, but it doesn't. Oops. It doesn't let you choose whether it's, it says extra hash, 25% extra hashes, that's all you get out of it. Which, that's good, but, none of these are. So 1020 versus 1275. Oh goodness. Tell you what it could do. What we need to do. Yeah, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna put that there. Right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to redesign how we're going to pick up white science and redistribute it. So we want it proliferated, and I think what we'll do is we'll just take another copy of that. Because one thing, that was too far away. Put one there, one there, one there. It's not ideal, but it'll suit. So what we're going to do is pull our white science out onto belt. Since we can only put that looked like a white cube. This is only going to be storage because it holds 20,000. And we're going to run a belt from each of these. I don't know why I clicked off of that. Each of those are going to deliver white matrices in to be uploaded, and then we're going to request proliferated fluid. And we're going to make sure that this is set for tech limit. Stack of 4 coming out. Yeah, we'll get those in a minute. Don't worry. This will be a much more efficient setup. Alright, so we'll put all of those in. And that's 20,000 already. It's alright. We'll leave those on the ground until we need them. Then we can run our belt out here. All the way down here. I actually should have run that out here. Only because we're going to save this for future use. Let's do that differently. Just a little bit differently. Again, that's just future use. Okay. Now it'll all be proliferated at 120 per second coming out. Stacks of 4 proliferated, and we can put those into our machine. So we'll just start with the first stack until we see how many inserters we'll need to keep the 15 labs satisfied. Okay. I reckon one inserter at 30 a second is 36 per second. So 6 trips over one grid, 6 trips. If I'm not mistaken, the blue inserter holds a stack, cargo stack of 6. So cargo stack of 6, 6 trips per grid line, that's 36 per second. So 6 trips per second per grid. And since there's only 15 labs and they only process 1001, 1002, so it looks like they're producing about one every 2 seconds. Is that right? Well, 1275 hashes per second. That doesn't mean it's 1275 white cubes per second. So yeah, it doesn't tell you how many hashes a single white matrix cube. Well, we're getting 1275 hashes, 15 labs. Can't really tell how many it's filling up pretty fast. I mean, no question about that. All right, let's see what that might equate to. That's with 6 times 15, so that's 100 labs, right? 6 times 15, 90. So 45 and 45 is 90. Sorry. So 90 labs at 1275 per second. Let's change this to 1 second. Oh, that's too much fluctuation. Let's go 60 seconds. So this will give us the average number over a minute of white cubes that are being sent through 90 labs. I reckon it's probably going to average right at about 3150. Yeah, I reckon about 3150. If anybody has any guesses, you have from right now 1 minute to put your guess in. So we should have a pretty solid number by the end of the next 25 seconds. It might be right at 3100 or just slightly under. Yeah, my 3150 is going to be off a little bit. All right, there we are. So I've seen it go down to 20 and I've seen it go up to 100 and something. So the difference between that is 80. So probably 3040. Oh, sorry, 3060. Sorry, 3070. So about 3065 to 3070. Per minute. So let's call that 3065 divided by 60, about 51 a second. So 51 a second. $51 a second divided by 90 labs. Just over half a second per column. All right. No, 51 a second. Right. So column of 30 is about 1. So 30, 60, 90. There you go. All right. Let's tuck those away. We're not going to. Let's see if we can get them tucked away in these. And we can. All right, let's clean up the rest of those. Full already. Alright. I don't want to put them in there, they're not proliferated. These are. It's a real shame you can't designate more than one. I'll never get them in there. That's alright, we got places for them. And that's in these boxes here. And look at that, all of them are working properly. How about that? How we doing on our stock? 9,000, 9,000, 9,000, 98, 10,000. We're not hurting. We are not hurting. And our hash rate altogether is 153,000 hashes per second. Not bad. So I started this at just under 2.75 and now we're up to 2.84. Okay, excellent. Sorted. Boom. Oh, my goodness. So we've blasted through another ad segment. I didn't even pay attention. So we don't have to worry about one for another 40 minutes. So early on, the beginning of this game, this planet being tidally locked in my home planet system, which was great. Became battery production immediately for the free energy. And of course, solar first, but then battery. And since it had silicon on the planet and titanium, that became the two primary resources that were mined immediately. And in order to get here without warpers and without a decent sail speed, I just waited till this planet's orbit was close enough to the orbit of our gas giant, which we're orbiting, and made the short journey over. Set up real quick to get the silicon and titanium mined. Threw an ILS down, came back to the home planet where the other ILS was, and started importing the ingots and manufacturing solar sails on my way up to manufacturing empty batteries. And that's all there was from then on. All right. Now that is science and batteries. Rockets are fine over there, so let's just head on over to the home world. And we're going to restock a little bit on supplies in my bag. See if we can drill a hole right through it. And sticks the landing. Right up against the storage box. Okay. My goodness, what does Rocket have going here? Alright, while we're looking at that, let's do this. I just want to make sure we've got these emptied and we're getting the right amount of these. Replenished as needed. Yep. could use some more orbitals. I think we're gonna go find some gas giants and slap down a number of orbitals. Got already 4 or 5 gas giants tagged. Alright, we've got belts incoming, which we definitely needed those. And bots incoming. Foundations should be incoming. There they go. 50, I've got 22 of those, so we should get about 30 of those. 50 of those as well. Energy exchangers. And we'll watch as those come in. And all right, what have we got? So we have our standard oil refineries doing the crude oil into oil and hydrogen, which we want the light oil or the refined oil, but the byproduct is going to be the hydrogen, which we really don't need any because of our gas giants. So we'll just go ahead and take the hydrogen and the oil and convert it with coal back into refined oil. That way we don't have any excess hydrogen trying to dispose of just to keep the refineries operating. It goes right into another set of refineries that are what they call refractionating. So hydrogen and coal turns back into 3 oil. So 2 oil coming out and 1 hydrogen. The oil gets used, refined oil gets used where it's needed. The hydrogen comes over, mixes with coal, and turns into 3 oil. And, oh, I'm sorry, and it's 2 oil plus hydrogen and coal. So we don't have any leftover hydrogen floating around. The other one is crude oil and hydrogen. Well, that was fairly fast. Alright, let's get our veins utilization boosted a little more, because that can go all the way up to 160 if I wanted. Still a fairly busy home planet. Couple of them still have belts. Those are just on the outputs, but that's a box. This one's a box. And here's an all belt system. And a belt. That is a belt system. So we've still got belt systems at work. They're not completely displaced by box systems or box line. And that's all because it's the home world. So before I had the boxes in plenty, there was a lot of belts. And I had old blueprints set up for belts anyway. So there's the old mining operation before the industrial miners were thrown down. So that's my square box mining method. It's not an actual box, but it is a square. And that's how I mined before these cool bad boys came out. Now the ore just comes out of the ground, gets proliferated, and sent out to wherever to be smelted. There's another one that's boxed. So everything goes out onto a single belt that circulates around, which keeps all of the miners, all but, one obviously, making bricks, and the rest will go to making glass. And then the glass is sent back into the PLS for distribution to wherever, as well as an ingredient for titanium glass before it becomes plain filters. Very small quantum chip setup here. Particle containers. Here's a smelt line making magnets. And totally did not need this. You totally do not need stackers because they're already stacked to 4 coming out because of this technique. And I don't know what I was thinking when I did that, but it's not stacking any higher than 4. That's just a total waste of energy and time right there. I could literally just run 2 belts straight into the splitter. Accomplishes the exact same thing. But, we're not hurting for magnets, so, I just haven't tore that down yet. Did the same thing over here. Completely wasted. Completely wasted time. This is even worse. So stacked in front of stacked, and yeah. And my pod that I never dismantled, with still 3 hydrogen rods in it. Got that achievement. Alright, I need to attend to Peanut for just a minute. So we'll leave this here and I'll be right back in 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, that's taken care of. Now, we know rocket production is just cranking away. So let's take a little trip over to there it is. There's rocket production over here as well. We'll pop in over there just to make sure that everything is still going swimmingly. Which it should be. I love this addition of the atmosphere with clouds on these planets now. That is very cool. So, does anybody know how to get a Pikachu onto a bus? Warping along at 0.6 light years per second. And we are going to be right here. Just missed it. Hey, serious? You Pokemon! Welcome to the chat, mate. Alright. That's my dad joke for the day. No, I got one more dad joke. You ready? What's the scariest plant on the planet? Bamboo. Alright, enough of the dad jokes. It cracks up my kids, but he's easy to get giggling. Alright. Alright, those are looking good. That's a belt method. I'm not going to worry about that. A belt method there. That one's looking fine. That one's looking good. Stocked up. And we got a zero hydrogen here situation. Why do we have... Oh, that's a supply. Yep. But that doesn't happen until we start making graphene, and then the hydrogen is a byproduct. That one's looking fabulous. And stocked up there. Of course, this is a bad situation. This is an old belt method as well. Oh, it is proliferated. Oh, so we're fine. So yeah, they're all proliferated going in, so that's fine. What they aren't doing is we're going to fix that right away. We want the twice amount. Not the 25%. Yeah. So when they kick into production, that'll be double the rockets. 1 every 3 seconds instead of 1 every 6. And that'll be fine. I wonder why we're missing a, that's interesting. Must have deleted that by accident while I was fixing something over here. Yay! Alright. Oh, it looks like we had a small choke here. We can fix that. So, the order of operations is the fastest ones used first are in the bottom. So the tubes are used the fastest, so we don't have to worry about them pushing up. It still did, but it looks like because our titanium got behind for some reason. However, it's caught up at the moment, so we'll go ahead and fix that. So that can go right off the bat where that belongs. Then we've got still yet. Here's our problem right here. There's the problem. I don't know if you can see that, but so titanium alloy is one of the ingredients, and I've managed to put nanotubes on 3 levels, which they only need to be the bottom 2, and titanium is going nowhere. So easy enough fix. And copy that over. And then of course we will have to definitely clear, just to make sure, clear those, and these all have to be fixed. So that kind of sucks, because that's a little bit of a, oops, a little bit of a slow process. Pasting each one of these, making sure not to paste them to the wrong inserters that are in the background. And then I'll have to go through and make sure that they're all cleared of nanotubes, because they can get stuck in there from changing over to the new recipe. But we'll do that as we move on down to get the titanium back into their proper storage. All right. Oh, hang on. Wow. Rocket, you didn't even look above. There's a titanium. Really? I had 3 stacks. Really? That I don't think was necessary. Alright, so we're at double production. So 4 every 6 seconds becomes 4 every 3 seconds. And it only holds 12 per machine. So, okay, so that really wasn't much of a big issue then. That was just kind of ridiculous. So instead of deleting boxes, it seemed to have been happy, other than the fact that the nanotubes didn't, the titanium alloys didn't deliver in time. The nanotubes actually got in the way. Which is actually kind of unusual, because nanotubes being the most in demand, with the same stack size. Yeah. But I have seen worse. I have seen stranger things happen, so. Alright. So we'll go ahead and put our nanotubes in here where it belongs. Did I miss one in the middle? Yep, thank you very much. Good eye. Good eye, mate. Thanks for that. So it's good to have a good community full of friends who watch out for derps like me. Making mistakes all over the place. Alright, so that should be happening properly now. Oh, actually, we don't need those. We'll just dump those on the ground for now. And that will clear itself as the titanium is needed. Or I can just move them right now. Doesn't matter. But if you run into that, it clears itself automatically, so you don't have to worry so much about that. And the line is happy. Check mark. All right. Well, I'm glad we made a visit. Never hurts to check. And all those are good. All right, so that'll pretty much take care of itself. Pretty sure we were on the third ring. Yep. We did expand that a little bit, so we got two little expanding umbrellas. Getting all crazy like. Still haven't decided how far out I want to go with those, but halfway seems decent enough. $137 gigawatts. Let's see, what is our... Okay, we've already got the maximum orbit already set. So there's one. And then 2 and 3 are right next to each other. Could go 57. Yeah, we could go 57. I wanted to make a we don't want any kind of orbit inclination, so it'll be at 0 And same with orb of longitude. Angular. Longitude. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm just playing around with this. Actually, we're not going to go 57. We're going to go 40. Right there. Nah, that's still too close. Still too close. We'll go 48. That looks better. That gives us a decent amount of room. Plus it's good and far away from the other one. So what I wanted to do was wanted kind of a I don't even know what movie crossed my mind that I was thinking of. I wanted something that was kind of Star Wars-ish, almost like a Death Star being built. Tell you what, we'll start putting it together, and we'll take a look at it and see if anybody can recognize where this movie came from. But basically, I'm going to be using rectangular on that particular grid, and I'm going to box it out so that it looks oh, you know what I'm thinking of? Cerebro, where only some of the panels, I can't remember which one of the movies, the X-Men movies it was, but I know Cerebro was only like half built, or only some of the panels were working. That's what we wanted, a Cerebro looking. Now, I'm not launching solar sails, so it might be worth, yeah, that would look actually pretty interesting if this was the only shell with solar sails in it. I normally don't do solar sails, but this might be worth it, because I reckon this would look pretty cool. Hold on just a second. Sorry, just had to address the a little adulting with Peanut. You know, I'm going to go ahead and designate them because even though I've never built any launchers for, not launchers, railguns. Oh, we've got patterns. Whoa. Well, we definitely like patterns. So what do we go for? Fish scale? That's the standard one. That's just a more vacant variation of that, which is just removing 3 lines in between 3 cells. We are rectangleish. Let's do this one. This is kind of circuit boardish. And we'll see how that comes out. That's pretty cool. Circuit boards look pretty cool. Alright, we'll do that. That will be fun. Oops. Nada. I reckon that'll look pretty cool. Should we give it a color? I mean, if it's going to be circuit board, should we make gold or green, maybe? You know, gold traces, or should we make it white and see if the traces come out white? Huh. Yeah, because it's a blue, it's gonna be blue. Let's do green and see what that comes out as. Let's do a fairly dark green like that. Oh, that looks pretty cool. That looks like circuit boards. That'll be interesting. Alright, let's
You have finished a Dyson shell planning.
thanks.
Once nodes and frames are done construction, the Dyson shell will put solar sails to use automatically. Each solar sails provide 1 cell point, and you can click the shell to view the total number of cell points required.
Now, that's at 553 hours in this save. So that's something that happens the first time that you create a cell point. And I have never done that in any of my other saves other than the very first save when this game came out. I know, right? As if. As if. That's just too funny. So let's do this. It's yeah, this one here. I've never actually done this before. Let's see if I've actually got any on hand being made. Let's go, well, let's go with the minimum. Minimums. Sure enough, I've got some on hand. That's too funny. Suppose I should probably throw some of those in there. And maybe even some warpers. I don't have any warpers in any of the other ones, or even any. That's because they're all coming from somewhere else. Yeah, no, that is just, that's hilarious. It's funny that that tutorial sticks around as long as it has, keeping track. There we go. So we'll just take those. That should be fine. So we're also going to need solar sails. I don't produce solar sails. So this is going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see if there's even any available. I didn't think so. Right. It's not hard to do. Just go over to the rocket planet. Since they're only being made for rockets. And here we are on the rocket planet. Imagine that. And here they are. And they're already marked as local supply. So we actually don't need them in here. Or rather, in here. And we can just throw down a PLS to wherever we're going to put. Which planet are we on here? Are we on our inner? No, we're not. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to mark that as remote supply as well. And then we will hop on over to our planet to launch from. And set up a nice little ring of launchers. Thank you, autosave. It's pretty cool watching the rockets launch. Yeah, I don't want to wait. All right, now let's take a look closely here at our south pole. And oh, that's right, this is horizontal rotation. So this is a rolling ball with only a slight angular. No, it wasn't that. Orbital inclination is only 5 degrees. So that polar only circles about that much, which means this side should be facing the Dyson all the time. So we will head to the South Pole. Let's set up. Alright, how far apart are these going to go? Probably about here. That won't matter. Let's set some up. It's not going to matter. Those aren't very close together. Oh, that's right. They do need swing distance. That's why they're like that. Let's see how evenly matched out they come out.
An EM rail ejector. You have taken the first step to build the Dyson sphere. Now you can use it to send solar sails into space for forming the Dyson swarm.
Yeah.
Each EM rail ejector requires to set up orbit and supply with solar sails. Also, you can use copy and paste to set orbits. If you want a Dyson swarm to become more diversified, you can click the Dyson sphere button in the lower left corner of the screen to open the Dyson sphere panel. Make your customization however you want.
Too funny. Alright, let's see how evenly spaced these are. Collide with other object. Okay, so they're too close together still yet. Alright. One more grid to do it. To here. Yep, it sure will. Yeah. We want it to go out to 4, don't we? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it's Lexo, so. Ooh, solar sail color. That's good. Because green backboard, that should... Actually, we're going to change it to white because that will look good on green and look exactly like... Yeah, that'll look exactly like a circuit board. Alright, so I guess we can't change the orbit radius. I mean, orbit radius, which I'd like to be out at 48,000, or darn close to 48,000. Well, I bet we could. We can. So let's get it out close to where they get absorbed at. We'll call it 46, and then we'll delete the first one. That didn't come out at all. And put it in sync with the other one. And we'll just tell it orbit 2 instead of orbit 1. There we go. Now it should, if I'm not mistaken, once these get power, it should tell you whether it's the angle of projection for the sails is a good angle or not. Let's bring some power out. Then we'll set up a ILS to call for our sales from the other planet. It looks right, 70. So I believe the max is 78 or 82, something like that. Where are they? Here they are. Max is... No, it doesn't hit. I'd have to go to the wiki for that. We're not going to mess with the wiki. I think it's like 78 degrees. It can't go 90 because of how it's designed. The tail end of the gun actually hits the ground or hits the platform or something like that. So if it goes above 78, I think it's going to give a warning. Okay, maybe it's higher than that. Maybe it's an 80-degree angle. It's only flashing red because of sales, not because of target pitch angle. The yaw angle we don't worry about. That's just swinging left and right. So pitch is up and down, so I guess 80 is okay also. Well, I know it can't go 90, that's for sure. It can't shoot straight up and down. The tail of that line, or the tail of that gun, looks like it's real close to the platform. Now, you know what? That's exactly what the red is. See how the end of the gun has a sensor on it, and it's red. That's why the base is flashing red, not because of... Alright, let's just set up the power on all of them. That's up to 83 already. That's, I'm pretty sure that's beyond what it should be able to do. That was pointless. I'm not going to like that already. Got him. No target status. Oh, okay. When it's yellow. Alright, maybe it's 60 degrees. There's 57. There's 59. They're all red because of no sales. Yellow is the warning. $60 degrees is it. Bummer. So that means only half are gonna fire. So between that one and that one, that's half. It's outside. Well, that sucks. I don't want half firing. That's too much. So maybe we can drop down to I reckon we can drop down probably to that's the top of the first tropic. I bet we could get to the second tropic. Alright, our spacing is 9 tiles on these. Make sure that's as tight as they can get. Yeah, that's 9 tiles. That's not the middle of the second tropic either. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it is. Right there is. All right. That's the direction we want it in. We'll worry about power later. I knew we were going to run into an ore vein, but we just missed it. How lucky is that? How lucky is that? Didn't get so lucky right there. Alright, where is that going to? Right on the corner. That's fine. And we can only go 3 more until we get the rest of these out of here. Wow. It doesn't look like a building is too close. Oh, it's because of the spacing between. It needs 5 and it's only got 3. That was pretty close. Was pretty close. There we go. Now, no sense in using the big ones, so we can just go there. It's almost perfectly between 2 anyway. What? It didn't connect. Oh, it's because I moved. Well, that's not going to work either. That's interesting. Didn't catch both of them. That's all right. That one's not. No, it's not all right. Well, that's slightly messed up. Huh. Alright, whatever. 0 degrees. Just barely. It's gonna miss. Doesn't have anything to aim at. It's alright, most of the planet is gonna have something to aim at. That's just a little too far below the horizon. Only by a cat's whisker, though. Well, I'm gonna have a majority of them firing all the time, so that's okay. Yeah, that's right. The orbit's not set. That's why it's not. That's why it's 0. Might be okay anyway. It's, well, I could see visually as far as line of sight goes. It's going to barely reach the horizon of the solar swarm, which I set at 0 degrees on the ecliptic. So okay. It's going to be fairly low. Boy, they just snap to attention. This side of the planet's not an issue. So at least we know that the pitch height is going to be well within. But the other side is going to be lower than 0, I'm sure. So far, it's not too bad. Here's where it's going to get interesting. can already see these guys are going to have a hard time tracking in. That's already minus 81, yep. That's alright, it's only a handful. I mean, we're only talking about maybe a dozen. No, maybe a little more than a dozen. That's minus 74. That 58 should be, because I thought it was 60 both, I guess it's not 60 both directions. That's right, 60 and 35. Oh, it's even less than that, probably 15. Some 15. No, that's 0. It's going to be 0. So, between 0 and 60. I should be aiming right at it, though. I don't know why it's yellow. It's weird. The barrel sure looks like, okay, 11, 10. Looks like it's going to be about 4 degrees, 5 degrees, 5 degrees. I don't know why 5 degrees is going to be our lowest angle, but alright, 5 to 60, that's what it is. It is what it is. Alright, now if I'm not mistaken, these are loaded with inserters. Yeah, okay. Pretty sure. Yeah, those are not too close, so. Alright. With that said, hang on. Can these only load from the back? I don't remember. But they can only load from the back. No, they can load from the front. Yay! Like I missed some belt segments back over there. We'll fly over there real quick and let the construction bots do their thing before we head over and go get sales. Right, that should be all of those, so... Okay. Everybody's got belts and inserters now. Oh, hang on. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's alright. We need you to be much bigger. About that big. Alright, we won't need warpers because we're inside the same system. So, we won't worry about drones. And here they come. Where are they coming from? I didn't think I set those up for remote supply yet. Yeah, I did. How about that? Well, that's interesting. Actually did something I didn't mean to do. And it was the right thing. How about that? I don't use sales in my saves, so this is a first. Well, it's a second. They bloat save file sizes too much. Since they now have optimization in there, which helps a little bit, I might do just this one Dyson because I just want to see how cerebral it's going to look. Oops. We'll just let them fill up a little. There they go. Fill up a little bit. That should get some rusty old machines over on rocket production going. Rocket, what are you waiting for, buddy? Oh, it would help if I put a port on it, huh? I made a port filter. Yeah, those. Pitch limit's already below, so 5 is not actually the pitch limit. 5 was the pitch limit on the other ones. Oh, no, sorry. Positive 5 was the pitch limit. This is 15 below. So they actually could have gone a little lower. On the wrong side of the planet. Wasn't this side, the South Pole, wasn't that facing the Dyson? So even though it's a horizontal rotation, it still rotates around the poles. It can't be flopping the poles, is it? I'm gonna have to watch this for a second. Horizontal rotation is 270 degrees. No, it's 72 degrees, sorry. So it's almost 90 degrees. It's only 18 degrees off of equatorial. Well, some's starting to fire. Well, that's interesting. This bad boy is rotating. And why would it fire all the way over there when it has perfect view all the way over here? That's just funny. Just don't understand why it would try to shoot so far out of range when it has all of this over here, all of this over here, all of this over here, all the way around, and even right up to here, right next to the planet. Interesting.
The amount of your solar sails has reached a certain scale, and they have formed a Dyson swarm around the star. You should be able to clearly see it right now. To receive such energy, you have built a ray receiver to absorb the transmission, where Dyson swarm can generate power simultaneously. Every solar sail launched for a certain life cycle. If you want to maintain the Dyson swarm, you have to continue on injecting the solar sails.
Yeah, well, that's only temporary, buddy. So you can see the orbital path of the planet. And you can see it shows the furthest away, almost out of view of the ejectors, railguns. When instead, it could have started over here and, yeah. And it didn't even start at where I started. The construction of the frames and whatnot. That's weird. That's why I don't mess with them. That's one reason why I don't mess with them. Oh, a milestone. You built a sphere cell. Funny. Still weird how it's targeting. Well, at least that side of the planet it is weird, the rotation though. It is horizontal rotation, so well, at least half of them are firing for the time being. Probably not going to get more than half of them firing though. It's not like the ray receivers where they pick up energy As long as the graviton lens is in there, it picks it up from all the way around to the back side. Without graviton lens, these wouldn't even be on. Will be interesting though to see how those colors turn out. See if we can do a little inspection on colors. Oh, that's looking pretty cool. Look at that. Oops. Scroll too hard, too fast. Oh, look at that. Green. Should be white from the inside, I think. Yeah, they're white from the inside, green from the outside. It does look very cool though, I have to say. I was hoping the lines were going to be the white and the background was going to be green, but it didn't turn out that way. All right. Still pretty cool looking though. Mr. Twisted, how are you, sir? Welcome in. Good to see you. Hoping you are doing well as well. On mobile. You guys still getting that load shedding going on? How long do you guys reckon that's going to last, or is that going to be a forever thing? This is Dyson Sphere program. You haven't seen this, have you? $2 years. Oh my God. I feel so bad for you guys. That is just horrible. Well, you're seeing something for the first time, as I am as well, because this is the first time in 2 years that I've ever launched sales into the swarm to be absorbed into panels, these square panels over here. That's the first time I've ever done that since the game first came out. Second time, actually. First time when I very first played the game. But yeah, there's sails being launched from our planet here into a swarm that's going to orbit the star until they get absorbed into the panels that I created, which you can see now, these greenish looking ones. And that's what it looks like coming from the planet. And this is what it looks like from the ground. Now see, these guys should be firing because that's well within... I don't like that. Maybe this guy is firing. Or it's about to. It's about to. See, that to me is well within, that's line of sight. Those should be firing right there. Yeah, this is a pretty cool looking game. It's fun to play. For a builder anyway. There'll be combat later. They've got combating some sort of alien foe on the roadmap. That one's firing now. This one should fire right at 5 degrees, and there it goes. Yeah, see, you know, 5 degrees is... that should be down at 0 easily, or even -5. Panels are looking pretty cool as the green, as they're filling in as green. So how you been, man? Have you been able to get any kind of streaming in around that stupid load shedding? Is that load shedding once a day, or is it more than once a day? More than once, yikes. And I don't guess that's on a predictable schedule of any kind, is it? Or do they at least give you some sort of notice when it's going to happen? Ah, right, okay. Well, hopefully they give you some sort of schedule that you can work around. How about these crazy looking kimberlite veins or ores we can mine? Oh yeah, Creativerse is a good one. I haven't played that in quite a while. That's a really good builder game. And Astroneer as well. And Universe Sim's pretty good too. And at least Universe Sim, you've got some foes you can eliminate if they get in your way. And yeah, Creativerse is a multiplayer, Astroneer is a multiplayer, and Universe Sim is a multiplayer. This is a multiplayer too. You just have to mod for it right now. And being a vanilla player, I don't have any mods installed. That's looking pretty cool. Alright, so let's see how our supply of sales is. Looks like they're doing pretty good, making it all the way around. And 4,000 in flight at any one time, so we should probably check and see. I'm sure sale production is going to keep up with that quite nicely. Oh, we just made it through a commercial break. I didn't recognize. Alright, so 2,000 in flight, 4,000. Okay, so about 4,000 in flight at any given moment. Alright, we should take a look at our, go back and just take a look and see how we're coping from our rocket production planet, which is here. So we'll fly on over there. And we'll even get to fly past the Dyson sphere components. Look at that. This game is very cool. I mean, if you like space games, this one is so incredibly impressive. Several times I look at this and think about what a great screensaver this game would make. Just incredible. Alright, let's get over here quick. Warp on over. And come on, you can land on it. You can get it. You can get it. Oh. Try that again from a little further away. There we go. Alright, so we're going to take a look at our solar sails production line right here. And that's not it. Solar sails are being produced here. Oh, and it's keeping up nicely. Keeping up nicely. Look at that. So, as it stands, as long as I'm not launching rockets and launching solar sails, this one production right here should keep up. That's not bad at all. Let's take a look at our graphene to see how much hydrogen is producing, because if hydrogen overloads right here, and it's not, it's doing fine. So hydrogen is getting used up properly, and graphene's keeping up. Everything's awesome. Alright, so everything is looking good from here. And there's the other planet, swarm, and the sails. That's a pretty cool view. You can see the vessels flying back and forth. Yeah, this is I really like this game. What have I got? 4,423 hours into the game, so yeah. I don't like it that much with that many hours. Yeah, it's a fair few. Alright, so this planet is doing quite well. Keeping up with solar sails. I was worried it might be a little bit of an issue, but not bad. So we'll scoot on over here right quick. And these are the ray receivers collecting energy from the Dyson itself. Alright, what I wanted to see was now where's the southern pole facing? Yeah, it's got a weird rotation because now it is almost facing. That's almost all of the rail guns are launching now. So that's going to be it's got such a huge longitude of angular whatever, angular something. Obliquity 72 degrees, almost 90, so I just assumed that the rotation being a horizontal rotation was rotating closer to a marble rolling along the equator with the, the slight wobble in the poles because of the orbital inclination only being 5 degrees. It's only 5 degrees. Oh, it's only 5 degrees off axis from its orbit, not from the poles. That may be where I was thinking about it wrong. Check out that green. That's very cool. Oh, you're welcome. You're my first mod too, so yeah, just you know, we've known each other for so long that I fully trust the fact that you could mod as well as anybody. These sails now, what we're doing is we're launching the sails into the orbit, and they'll stay in orbit for up to I believe my sails are at 7,000 or 3,000 hours. Solar sail life 9,000 seconds. So that's 150 minutes. So a little over. It's about 2.5 hours, but they'll stay there. If they don't get absorbed, but they're not going to be in orbit for 2.5 hours. They absorb fairly quickly. You can see they're being absorbed up at these nodes already. Every one of them's getting some sails. So they'll be absorbed well before they die out from solar sail life. Yeah, I'm normally not streaming at this time, so the week my schedule is during the week between 9:30 and 5. I'm sorry, 9:30 and 2:30, and the weekend is non-scheduled, so it's a hit and miss on the weekends, and about an hour before Peanut's bedtime. And we are at a very comfortable and cool 72 degrees. 22 for those on the metric system. But muggy as. Alright, and we'll take a look at the star cluster. So, got a lot of traffic of vessels moving around back and forth between. It looks like Factory World and Theta Equili, and of course the mining star system, and the home planet and the factory, and a little bit over at Curbulus, or not Curb. Actually, that's traffic going out to the black hole to get unipolar magnet. So that's all the traffic for unipolar magnet. Yeah, so you're about 10 hours, or 8 hours. 9 hours out. Alright, so I think we're happy with how that's going right now. Oh, serious. You must be Pacific time, yes? Oh, you're up late. Central. Okay. Yeah, indeed. Boy, your Saturday night must suck if you're sitting here watching me all the way to the wee hours of the morning. Sunday morning. We're only four hours and a little more away from Monday over here. You're in the future to Sirius, but you're in the past to me. I'm in the future to all you guys. You watched an actual movie. Twisted, you are stuck in the middle. You're almost on the Greenwich Mean Time, only an hour out. So, but you know, I thought that was very fun and interesting when I was TDY to Lakenheath, England, and that's on Greenwich Mean Time. It's the 0 hour. Everything is Zulu, 0 Zulu. Everybody else in the world has time zones except for 0. Ah, seasonal, yes. I've got to catch up on a few things. Of course, we're still waiting on Yellowstone, but The Flash has got new season started and new episodes out that I need to watch. And I'm still waiting for something to develop with a series called Outer Range. I had one season go through and it just kind of stopped. Sometimes I just wait for a couple of episodes to go by and then just binge watch them. I did that with Yellowstone. I waited for, you know, almost over half the season to go by before I started watching the episodes and just binge watched them. It was a lot easier to keep up that way. Alright, so let us go to... And what was the show that you were watching? Serious? Demon Slayer. Yeah, I've seen some commercials for that. I gotta be careful what I watch with Peanut around, but that sounds like a good one, though. Is it on Amazon or Stan or something like that? Oh, probably on Twitch. I mean, not Twitch. Netflix, huh? Okay. Crunchyroll, that's a free service, isn't it? Or do you have to subscribe to that as well? Yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes. All those have been changing so drastically lately because of the financial strain from the pandemic and then the war in Ukraine and whatnot. Yeah. Everybody's looking for ways to make a buck as a means to stay stable and financially solvent. Almost drilled a hole in it. Missed it by that much. Alright, let's see how our factories are doing. It's our mining operations. We shouldn't have any chokes. Yeah, we got one. Got one. I knew this one was going to, but at least the first one. I knew that was going to happen. No, don't want those either. Don't want those. Don't want those. Fine. Grab them by hand. Alright. And looks like everybody else is being maintained properly. Look at all that optical grating just filled right up nicely, and only a little tiny choke, which isn't even a big issue because it's belted. But I'll just take one from there. And it's not producing anything at the moment, so that's not an issue. Everybody else, motors and wired coils. Yep, titanium and steel, titanium glass, regular glass. Everything's going swimmingly. Circuit boards, microcircuits. Yep. So far, so good. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. All right, this factory is doing quite well, so this is going to become the template for the other factory worlds. But I'm still going to keep an eye on, we're going to keep an eye on the Casimir crystals, but we're definitely going to keep an eye on this turbine motors, because turbos, unless somehow, and it could very possibly be, somehow we ran short of magnets for just the short enough time for them to scooch up in there, because they're definitely not being eaten up that fast, that's for sure. I mean, we already figured out it'll handle 15 machines, well 14 anyway, with maybe 1 or 2 going idle. And we got 2 sets of these going, so thank you, autosave. So this one is stocked up already, and only because that one was choked, this one was still running just fine. So this one should run just fine. It might have been I overlooked that from before, because this one obviously was in operation and didn't have an issue at all. So we're looking good on that. We're looking good on plane filters. And I reckon our quantum chips are also doing well. So we'll have a quick gander at those. Which, hang on, this is plane filters. What was I just looking at? Oh, I was probably looking at input for quantum chips over here. Yeah. So, yep, quantum chips are quite satisfied. Alright, everything's looking satisfied. That's what we were hoping for. So this can, let's see if I had the room for it. What I was looking for is, once these were tweaked, I don't have any room for it on here, but basically blueprint this half of the planet and then either stamp it down on the other side, which we're not going to do because I got too much ore mining going over there. But arid desert, this one's got 100% construction area, so that'll get stamped down over there for sure. And then this one I believe is an ice field, yep, Gelisol, and it'll get stamped down over there as well, because that's got nearly 100% construction area. So all right, we went well through another commercial break, but I need to hydrate, bio break, and everything, so we'll just leave it here for a second and I'll be right back. Promised honest. Alright, we're back. Oh, hey, Twisted. Yeah, no worries, mate. Catch you later. I don't know if you're still here or not, if you left already. Thanks very much for stopping by. I appreciate it. And look forward to seeing you next time. We're keeping our fingers crossed that the issue over there gets a little bit better soon, I hope. And, yeah, Peanut's just getting ready for bed now. He's got about another 35 minutes and he's got to hop in. And, we'll be just about on a commercial break for that. Alright, let's see. Refined oil is still doing fabulous. And everything is quite well stocked up. Where was the one that I put those rail ejectors in? Guess it wasn't this one. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it was one of these rail gun. No, hang on. Oh, maybe I took them out already. Yeah, I don't think I needed more than what we've got over there, which is fine. Yeah, okay. Alright, those are all well and good. So, since this planet is doing... Hang on, before we go, I just want to take a look real quick at... blue motors. And yes, indeed, those are staying stable as... Excellent. That's exactly what we wanted. Alright, so... those factories are ready to be stamped down. Let's go to this one first because it's a little closer. And we should be pretty close. Probably the next stream. These factories have been tweaked pretty well, so I think we'll be real close to blueprinting those factories or that entire side of the planet after we take a look at this one. If I'm not mistaken, this Icefield Gelisol might have had sulfuric on it. So, not that we're going to use any, but just that we can cover those up if they get in the way. This is the one that had massive amounts of soil on it. Yeah, no doubt. But we're not hurting for soil. Alright, let's follow the equator around. All this stuff would obviously automatically move out of the way once we stamp down, so that's not an issue. Okay, it's water, not... yeah, it's water, not sulfuric, but it doesn't matter. It's frozen, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, not frozen. That's alright, we'll cover it up anyway as we go. And nothing built on this planet, but lots of great area to construct on. And let's just take a look from a there's no real blank areas to construct in other than maybe right here. If I covered up 1, 2, 3, 4 veins, then we'd have maybe 5 veins. We'd have almost half a planet to stamp down on, so that's great. Alright, that's the outer one. And I believe the inner one had a nice all of the ore veins were concentrated almost literally on one side, if my memory serves. Let's just get there real quick. Yeah, this has got a really, except for this one right here, it's got a nice big area. So these two are far to the west. Oops, didn't mean to do that. These two are on what I would call the west side. One vein to cover up, and this is the east side, so that's almost virtually one half a planet. Maybe these two might get covered up, but that'll be one half of a planet. That's way awesome. All right, and no construction on either one of these yet, so that will be some massive amounts of factory being done, which is great. And then over on our mining ores, this system right here, we've got a gas giant with two, count them, two satellites that we are able to mine from. And as well, this outer one, even though it's a Scarlet Ice Lake, has got kimberlite and fire ice for the power, but it's huge on titanium and copper. We're not in such dire need of, but the titanium we're going to definitely mine every single ore deposit there. And then these guys have only got one of each that have started mining out of these ore veins, but there's a lot here, and this one as well. So titanium here, we're going to do that. Titanium here, we're going to do that. Iron and copper on both of them. Silicon not so great. I mean, 41 on this planet, and I think none on the other planet. Well, 12 is virtually none. But we've got other planets that we're going to be sucking dry for silicon. So that plan is all set up. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a gas giant over here. And I reckon I've got some orbitals in my pocket, so since this is a factory system, we might as well throw some orbitals on here. And I might do the same thing on the mining planet as well. Since that, the one over at the all mining, I believe, is deuterium hydrogen. So gas giant there, and I think this one was an ice giant. Yeah, this is an ice giant. Really don't need fire ice, and I really don't need hydrogen, so I may not do that. I may just do the orbitals around the all mining. We'll check that in just a second. Pretty sure that was gas, yeah. So we'll throw orbitals on that one. All right. Looks like we did a nice box line of titanium here. So we won't ever run short of those. Not from this one, anyway. And we actually did silicon from here as well. Oh, looks like we might need to set up a few more smelters on this one to keep up with Oh, it surely didn't. That's what happened. There was a demand, and that's what happened to the magnets. And that's why that one fell short. Alright, are we smelting magnets from iron? So those would be up in this area over here. Smelting for ingots, smelting for steel. Here we are. Doesn't look like it's suffering. It looks like it was definitely at work because there's only a couple of idle machines. Which... Oh, product stacking already. Alright, if they're all on, that means they just recently started catching up. At 50 a minute. I'd say that's not too bad. I don't reckon that got down to... It could have got down to 0. It could have. Highly doubt it though. Max, max, max. I'm just debating. I don't think I'm gonna... See, they wouldn't have had far to travel either. I don't know. I mean, I could do... This one does not have any issue keeping up, that's for sure. There are no more output lanes though for it, so... Oh, that's what happened. It ran out of blue juice. I wonder it's not proliferated. Alright, so we must, that's going to be an issue. We probably ran out of blue juice here somewhere. Let's see where it's coming in at. Wow. Alright, we're not manufacturing enough. Oh, there it goes. Maybe we are. I just wasn't requesting enough of it to keep up between visits. But we're going to add that anyway, so... Over here on our to-do list, we're going to put a little bit of a high priority on increasing proliferator. No. Increase spray blue. Yeah. And of course, the normal factories are ready for BPs. And that should be everything for the next stream. Because everything just looks like it went so well on these after we tweaked them all down. I mean, I couldn't be happier with how well those tweaked down. So those are all ready. Okay. Just looking at my notes, I still haven't figured out why latest subscribers are not being displayed up here. Followers are working just fine. Yeah, I'll have to work that out, which will be off stream. All right, for anybody that may not know, I did finish making our emotes, so followers and subscribers and whatnot will now be able to utilize our emotes, and so I don't mean making them like creating these emotes. I created all the other stuff on in my stream, but these were part of Owned Pro, which I subscribed to, so we're using those. And for oops, it's not what I wanted. That's what happens when you type on the wrong keyboard. For rating, this is what we'll use for all our viewers. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up just before Peanut's bedtime here. We had a really good stream today. It's Zombie Roni came by as usual. He visits every day and subscribed today. So big thank you for support from It's Zombie Roni. He's a huge supporter. Thanks to YOLO GGs. And thanks to Iltacine, who raided with a I'm sorry, he didn't raid. He stopped by and gave us a lot of great help with my stream and some technical issues. And I was really thankful that somebody like him was able to stop by and have that knowledge that I don't have. So it seems like everything is working properly now. And oh my gosh, everybody that has come by to watch the stream, it doesn't matter that you don't chat or and I appreciate the ones that do chat, but everybody is appreciated the same, because there are many people that are just viewers, and just like I was in the beginning many years ago. I appreciate the fact that you're here watching, and I'm glad that I'm able to entertain and be interesting as much as I can. And look forward to your returns. That's a really cool looking mix of pink and purple for that gas giant. Yeah, so tomorrow we will be back on our regular schedule, and you'll be able to see that in the panels below. We do have stream stickers, so we can have fun with stream stickers. And tomorrow I am going to probably stream something different along with Dyson Sphere. I'd really like to get a little bit more into Vintage Story, because that's a really awesome game. So let's go ahead and do a raid now. And I believe one of my other friends is on right now. So we'll pay him a visit, and you can use the thank you, Can Insanity. Thank you for the follow. Really super appreciate that. Very glad to have you here, and you just helped me hit our goal. So we are 60 of 60, and you get that credit for that. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go see my friend Cedar, who is also streaming. And there he is.